dominant right-handers in the American League square off tonight at the Trop. For the Tigers, reigning Cy Young Award winner Max Scherzer goes to the hill. And for the Tampa Bay Rays, Chris Archer makes the start, coming off his career best 12 strikeout performance. Welcome to T-Mobile Tuesday Night Baseball. We welcome you to Tropicana Field, where tonight the Rays open a three-game series, continuing their current homestand against the Detroit Tigers. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson. I'm Dwayne Statz. Great to have you aboard. Well, tonight, the Rays begin a streak of 21 straight games in 21 days, and they take on the Detroit Tigers, a team against whom in Detroit earlier this year they won 3 out of 4, including the last 3 games of that series when they scored at least 6 runs in each game. But BA, with this premier pitching matchup tonight, runs could be at a premium.
Yeah, 6 runs may be pushing it a little bit tonight for either team. This is a high-octane matchup, one of those pitching matchups you do not want to miss, and it starts out with Max Scherzer. If you look at both of these guys and what they did their last start, Scherzer 8 shutout innings against the Pittsburgh Pirates, 14 strikeouts. That shows you what he's capable of. Reigning American League Cy Young Award winner. He's got a powerful fastball, very good changeup, and a couple of good breaking balls, the slider and the curveball. He's going to feature 4. They're outstanding. Chris Archer, he's going to cut that just about in half and feature 2 awesome pitches. The fastball, of course, 95 miles an hour. The slider, a hard-breaking slider. He had them all working in his last time out. As you can see how dominant he could be. 7 innings on the road against the Rangers, punching out 12. This is a matchup you don't want to get up and miss too many of these pitches these guys are going to feature tonight, because across the board they are top-notch.
And speaking of outstanding pitching, this series will feature exactly that, including the wrap-up game of this series on Thursday afternoon, when David Price, who had been such a special part of this Rays organization since the day they drafted him out of Vanderbilt, will return. He'll pitch for the Tigers here in Game 3, and Todd Callis chats with David about his return.
Tuesday night with Joe Madden looking on. He knows there's only 19 home games left and 19 road games, 38 in the season total. David Price is also in town as a member of the Tigers. It's hard not to see David Price and feel a little bit strange seeing him wearing the colors of the opposing team. For Price, so many great memories over the years here, going back to that rookie season in 2008 where he made one start, but was a huge weapon out of the Rays bullpen, closing out that ALCS against the Red Sox to send the Rays to the World Series in his rookie year. Then you've got the 2012 American League Cy Young Award, when he won that award here and showed off the fans that plaque. That was a great moment. The four-time All-Star, the overall record. How about last year, pitching the team into the postseason with a huge effort against the Rangers in Game 163, where he went the distance. We caught up with David before the game and asked him about how much he's reflected on his time here with the Rays since he left.
I really never thought about the accomplishments or all the great memories that we were able to do here with the Rays. But since I've been traded, just having, whether it's Rays fan base, the guys and the girls on Twitter, just sending me cool pictures or, special thank yous. And it gave me a little bit of time to kind of remember what all we had done here. And that was, it was very special. I've had a lot of cool moments with this organization, and I'm forever grateful for that. And they just, they treated me the right way, and I really appreciate it.
And the fans will have a chance to show their appreciation tonight, a special video tribute to Price, and then, of course, he'll be on the mound on Thursday afternoon. That will be the wrap-up to this three-game series beginning at 1 o'clock, 1:10 to be exact, and we're on the air at 12:30 that day. Rays baseball on a Tuesday night next. Chris Archer and Max Scherzer.
Rays and the Tigers open their three-game series and headed to the mound Chris Archer to pitch against this powerful Detroit ball club. Take a look at their lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Ian Kinsler leads it off, followed by Torrey Hunter and Miguel Cabrera. Victor Martinez, the DH, and J.D. Martinez in left. It'll be Nick Castellanos at third. Alex Avila will do the catching. Andrew Romine at short. Rajai Davis in center field batting ninth. All set to play ball here tonight. Archer after his 9th win of the year. And the first pitch of this game is a ball to Ian Kinsler. First pitch presented by Pinch-A-Penny. That's a little bit wide, and it's 2-0.
Season numbers here on Chris Archer. We referenced his last start in the Open. 7 innings of 1-run baseball, 12 strikeouts against the Rangers.
Is fouled up the right side. That's going to wind up out of reach. So the count goes to 2-1. Greg Gibson is calling the balls and strikes tonight. And we saw Archer miss with a couple of close pitches to start this game. Gibson, a 15-plus year veteran of Major League umpiring. And he tends to be a little conservative with the size of that strike zone. Check swing and a foul ball 2-2. That's especially so to right-handed hitters. It'll be interesting tonight to follow that.
Well, you do have 2 pitchers on the mound that can pitch over the plate, and it always benefits a pitcher if he can expand the zone. But you got 2 guys that have plus powerful stuff. It's going to be difficult no matter what.
And a cut and a miss, especially with a pitch like that. A nice slider there on 2-2 to handle Kinsler.
Well, and that's Chris Archer's game. You know, he's got the powerful 4-seam fastball. He also has the slider. This isn't even one of his better offerings. That one kind of hung there just a little bit, but you can see here on Phantom Cam the swing, and Ian Kinsler always with a powerful swing, just a little bit underneath that pitch.
Here's Torrey Hunter. And the pitch is a strike to him. We're tuned in to the pregame show. We heard Chris Archer talk about Torrey Hunter, and one of the players who he idolized when he was growing up. He gets him on a ground ball out to Zobrist here. 2 up and 2 down.
Let's take a quick look at the Tampa Bay defense as it lines up tonight in the outfield, left to right. We have Matt Joyce, Desmond Jennings, and Kevin Kiermaier across the infield. Third to first, Evan Longoria, Yunel Escobar, Ben Zobrist, and James Loney. Kurt Casale will handle the catching duties.
Base is empty for Miguel Cabrera. That's the best way to face this guy. 7th leading hitter in the American League at 309. And our Buick big matchup, just by way of comparison, this time a year ago, how about this? 40 home runs, hitting 360 with 120 RBIs. Suddenly this year, he's human like everybody else.
And still better than everybody else. I mean, that's what's astounding. You know, the 309 average, 7th in the American League, the 86 runs batted in, 4th in the American League. They pale in comparison to the numbers from just a year ago. Unbelievable.
And he's had some physical issues off and on throughout this season as well, and still has put up those numbers. The RBI total, 4th in the league. Not what it was a year ago, but still impressive numbers.
No question about it. You know, and he's a guy who could not hold up on that slider. That you've got to have 3 or 4 different potential sequences against Cabrera. You've got an idea of how you want to get him out. That's fine, but you've got to find different ways to get there. He is maybe the best hitter in the game right now.
Lifts this one well foul, deep up the right side.
You know, he's a guy that, you know, with all the power in the production, he will use the whole field. He uses it with power. Tied for the major league lead in doubles. Good gap-to-gap hitter.
His career, 320 with 382 home runs. 31 years old. Stairs. Had a history of some hip and back problems. Had a sports hernia attended to in the off season. fielder misses wide with the slider, and the count is full.
Well, and the Rays have learned if you control Cabrera, you have success against the Tiger team. You go back to that 4-game series. Game 1, Cabrera's 3 for 4. Rays lose that game. Next 3 games, Cabrera's 0 for 9. Rays win them all.
And he's out on strikes. On the outside edge, a 3-2 slider handles Cabrera, and the Tigers go down 1-2-3. We go to the bottom of the first here from the Trop. Tigers nothing. Rays coming in to hit. Coming from Tropicana Field tonight. Take a look at the Rays lineup, brought to you by your Southern Ford dealers. Desmond Jennings again leads off. Vince Zobrist and Matt Joyce. Longoria, Loney, and Escobar down the middle. Vince Bellomi, and there's the DH again. Casale will catch. Kiermaier at right, batting ninth. And here's Desmond stepping in against Max Scherzer. Going after the first pitch and fouls it out of play. Strike one.
Well, the numbers outstanding once again. Cy Young Award winner last year, 14-4, ERA 2.98. Big strikeout numbers, 196 of them in 169 innings.
Tops in the American League and wins with those 14 victories. 1-1 here to Desmond.
I tell you, you go back over Max Scherzer's last 10 starts, and the numbers are eye-popping.
The strike on the outside corner. Not only does he have a great arm when you look at his velocity and his command, but he's a guy with all the information that's available in baseball, and we marvel and wonder sometimes at what the Rays put together with all of that. Shot to center field. Rajai Davis out there making the catch. Scherzer's a guy who utilizes all of the information he can get.
Well, and that's pitcher to pitcher. You know, some guys you may pare it down a little bit, and as a guy gets older, he's able to handle a little bit more. Some guys want more. But Scherzer, you take the plus stuff, the fastball, the slider, very good changeup, and you're going to see that primarily against left-handed hitters. And all the information on top of it, and knowing what to do with it. And that's why this guy wins the Cy Young Award last year. It's why he's 14-4 with a sub-ERA or sub-3 ERA this year.
Vince Zobrist. First pitch is a strike to Ben. Scherzer's right. He's ready to go, and he applies his trade with precision. He hits Vince Zobrist. Well, maybe not that time.
And he caught Ben. You know, well, listen, he does have great command, and you wonder if there's not a message being sent there, because one strike away, and then that ball, where it hit him, you start to wonder if that's a pitch that got away or if there is a message being sent with that fastball.
Choice takes the pitch inside, and there had been a little history brewing between these two clubs, and that's another reason that you might wonder. And the way it was executed. Count. Toss over to first on Zobrist. You know, that came back from that matchup, interestingly enough, between Alex Cobb and Drew Smiley, the 4th of July game in Detroit.
Well, there were a couple of hit batters in that game, and then you remember Alex Cobb hitting Ian Kinsler with a breaking ball. Joe Madden ends up getting tossed from that game by Greg Gibson, who's behind home plate tonight.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Gibson was the crew chief of that group. Count is now 1-2 to Matt Joyce. Yeah, that's the game in which Victor Martinez was hit in the right calf by a pitch. Evan Longoria later hit, and again, interestingly enough, by Drew Smiley. And they're now teammates. Rays went on to win that game 6-3. And there's the foul ball. Look at some of that back and forth from the 4th of July. You see Martinez, and then Longoria hit. And here's Kinsler. That you mentioned he's leaning into that breaking ball. And Joe was ejected. Over to first, and Zobrist back in.
Well, there have been 19 attempts against Max Scherzer, stolen bases, 11 successful.
Yeah, the 8 calling, that's a pretty good ratio there. 8 caught stealings and 11 steals.
The Tigers have given up the second most stolen bases, but they also lead Major League Baseball in that category of caught stealings. A lot of action on the base paths against this team.
Pitch riding in on Joyce, and he's out on strikes. Tough to handle that pitch.
Especially when it's running in on you, high octane. Let's take a quick look at the Tiger defense as it lines up tonight in the outfield. Left to right, J.D. Martinez, Rajay Davis, and Torrey Hunter. Across the infield, third to first, Nick Castellanos, Andrew Romine, Ian Kinsler, and Miguel Cabrera. Alex Avila will handle the catching duties.
Evan Longoria. It's a little wide. Rays with Zobrist at first, hit by a pitch.
Breakout on Scherzer. He is primarily a fastball slider guy against the righties. He will throw the changeup and the occasional curveball. Against the lefties, more of a fastball changeup guy. Will still use the other breaking balls, but one of those pitchers that also maintains a pretty good mix. He is not predictable in certain counts.
and fouls the slider back that time, and it's 1-2.
And that goes back to what you were talking about, and having all of that information and being able to mix your pitches effectively. You know, a lot of guys, your fastball slider breakout is a certain percentage. Then with 2 strikes, it goes way up as far as slider usage. Max Scherzer, if there's any bump, it's slight at best.
It's too wide. Fastball there, 2-2.
You know, and we've seen a couple of these fastballs already. So maybe that fastball, you go back to Zobrist, you know, he yanked that ball in there and hit him pretty square, but he's also yanked a couple other fastballs all the way across the plate pretty badly. So maybe there's nothing to it at all. Time will tell.
Just an honest mistake, you think?
Possibly. As badly as he's missed with a couple other ones?
Yeah, I get it. You know, he's interesting. We're talking about all that information. Some guys you can overload. He was drafted by the Cardinals out of high school. He's from St. Louis and went to the University of Missouri and was a finance major there. See there, the breaking ball, curveball. We now go to 3 balls and 2 strikes. And he's a pretty analytical guy, so he'll take all that information, categorize it, and pull it out when he needs it, and put it back when he doesn't. Full count, runner goes, and the pitch is fouled out of play.
You know, and in going back to the hit batter there with Ben Zobrist getting hit, just one other thought on that is, why Ben? You know, if you're going to send a message,
yeah,
why Ben Zobrist second hitter of the game? Either do it first hitter of the game, or do it to your big guy. So that's another reason that maybe that was just yanked in there, because it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, they really couldn't be serious on the curveball that hit Kinsler because he leaned into it. You know, it's second baseman, all that. Runner goes, and the pitch is inside for ball 4. And the Rays have 2 men on base. 2 on with 2 out. Brad Ausmus, the manager, first-year manager for the Tigers, accompanied by Jane Lamont, the bench coach, and Jeff Jones, his pitching coach. Well, here's Loney. 285 for the year, 295 against right-handed pitching. He does have a home run in his career off Scherzer. And took a cut there at a fastball and missed it.
Well, these are the situations that Max Scherzer has excelled in. You know, we briefly referenced his last 10 starts. He's 6-1 with a 1.78 earned run average. But he's held the opposition to just a 174 average with runners in scoring position, and that's why those numbers are so outstanding.
High drive back into deep right field, down the line, and that ball is gone. Home run for Loney.
Now, you go back, watch the pitch location. It's another pitch that is yanked by Scherzer. And he yanks it right down and in. And James Loney just drops the head. That is the danger zone with the left-handed hitter. And boy, he catches it clean and lifts it up and out of here.
Loney gives the Rays a 3-0 lead here in the first on his 7th home run of the year. An 0-1 pitch, and he hit it out, towering down the right field line. So a first pitch strike into Yunel Escobar.
Think about how the Rays got that opportunity. a hit by pitch, a 2-out walk. Command there for Scherzer, even on that pitch right there, just is not there yet. But that's what you have to do. You know, against the pitcher, the caliber of Max Scherzer, you don't know how many opportunities you're going to get. If he's going to be a little sloppy early, you want to cash in. They've done that.
Escobar fouls it away. That pitch was out of the zone.
The catcher, Avila's set up in, and that pitch was off the plate away. So he is just yanking that fastball, something fierce, and even the slider from time to time. Now, how many times have we seen the Rays offense in the past with a pitcher struggling with command early, let him off the hook? They find it, go on to throw a great game. Not tonight. The Rays have capitalized in a big way. 3 runs, huge.
Cut and a miss. Escobar missed the slider and is out on strikes. But it's James Loney with one swing of the bat, giving the Rays a 3-0 lead. By H.H. Gregg. James Loney hitting his second home run on the homestand. Hit one in the opening game of the Yankees series. And now one in the first inning tonight with Zobrist and Longoria aboard to give the Rays their 3-0 lead. Victor Martinez will open the second. Chris Archer set to go to work here after a 1-2-3 first. Victor Martinez has always been a tough out for the Rays to get. Fastball to start him. That's in there for a strike. Hitting .326 to start the night. That's third in the league. Take a look at that at the Trop, hitting .396 in 34 games here. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on him. Victor Martinez, then J.D. Martinez. Castellanos, the third baseman.
Well, he's another one of those hitters that is of the caliber where you've got to continually change your patterns. Victor Martinez, a smart hitter, a tremendous hitter from both sides of the plate.
And so here in the first 3 pitches, third pitch, that pitch that just missed was a changeup. Archer heavy on the fastball slider combo. It's a foul ball right back, and it's 2-2.
Starting to see a little bit of a pattern emerging with Chris Archer, and that's, he uses his changeup about 5% of the time. Now, against left-handed hitters, about 8% of the time, hardly ever against righties, but he's starting to use it more and more against the tougher lefties. A guy like Victor Martinez, these guys that are well accomplished, very good hitters, he will show them all 3 pitches.
And there's a strike call on the slider. Got him looking. 3 strikeouts, all on the slider, and this one taken for strike 3.
Well, you see how he gets him leaning out over the plate and then locks him up with the slider on the inner half. Victor Martinez was starting to head out there over the plate. That pitch coming in on him, just not able to pull the trigger, and Archer nails him.
They got Cabrera from the other side of the plate looking at a slider. And Victor Martinez looking for a slider here. Strike 1 to J.D. Martinez. Fastball to start him.
How about those numbers? Those numbers are in 83 games. 16 home runs, 54 runs batted in.
It's just amazing, isn't it? Houston let him go.
Gave him
go.
Right. For nothing.
And he came right here to Detroit, went to the minor leagues first, tore it up there. Came up with the Tigers and has done nothing but hit and hit with pop.
No, so much so that you move him into that middle portion of this Tiger lineup that's already strong. But I'll tell you what, the numbers speak for themselves.
Did he go on the appeal? Because he says no.
Well, the Rays, they love that fastball up in the zone. Guys that can do it, and that was awfully close. Awfully close.
It's out of play.
Chris Archer upset with himself right there, because after the fastball up with the almost swing, he felt like a good put-away slider down and away, and he'd get his strikeout. He left that one up in the hitting zone, allowed Martinez to foul it off. Come right back with it again.
Skied right side. Kiermaier, long run, foul ball, out of play. Kiermaier got behind the mound and ran out of room down there just as he approached the low wall.
Yeah, there's a lot to take into consideration when you're chasing a ball down in the corners here. You've got the low wall coming up. In this case, you've got to contend with potentially the mounds, which can be difficult.
And he comes back with a slider that takes care of him. Boy, that slider, something else here early.
Especially when he gets it to that spot. You know, he hung a couple that Martinez fouled off. Okay, well, then he comes back with the A+. And you can see the depth that he gets. He throws it hard. It's got very tight spin, tough to pick up. Ends up in a lot of swings like that.
Castellanos now, the young third baseman. Pitch down this time. One. Castellanos 7th among rookie hitters in batting average in the American League. Rays have 2 among the top 10, Brandon Guyer and Kevin Kiermaier. Shot to left, Joyce on the run, gets there. Matt Joyce with a fine running catch on a backhanded grab, racing toward the track in the direction of the corner, and he nabs it. Nicely done. 3-0 Rays. A scoreboard tribute to David Price on the railing along the front of the dugout for the Tigers. He offered a tip of the cap for a touching tribute of some of the highlights, high spots in his stay here with the Rays. We'll see him pitch here in the third game of the series on Thursday afternoon. We go to the Rays half of the second. Vince Bellomi, and he takes the first pitch for a ball. Scherzer missing away. Sally next, and then Kiermaier. 2-0. Two balls and a strike.
It really cannot stress enough how important those 3 runs were for the Rays. First of all, they did it on just one hit, took advantage of a hit batter and a walk. They did it against the reigning Cy Young Award winner for this Tiger team that you don't want to use the word reeling, but they are definitely scuffling. I mean, since the David Price trade, they're sub-500 team.
Yeah, they're 8-9.
8-9. They've given way to first place to the Kansas City Royals, who are 14-3 in the same time frame.
High fly ball back into center. Davis now cutting to his left. He misplayed it. It one-hops over the wall. Bellomi winds up at second base. That's going to be interesting because Davis, playing out there in center field, had trouble with that one. They traded Jackson. And here's Bellomi getting his first big league hit.
That's a fly ball to right center field. You could see from the beginning that Rajai Davis just could not pick it up. We see it all the time with the roof here at Tropicana Field. Misplays. You've got to lock in on that ball off of the bat and not take your eyes off of it. If you do, you do it at your own risk. And right there, it cost the Tigers 2 bases.
And that's really one thing that you have to ask about the absence of Austin Jackson. There's no question that David Price is a major addition. He's a major addition without saying to any club. So they get him, but one of the losses in the deal is Austin Jackson. And the one thing he can do consistently is cover ground in center. They're asking Davis to spend considerable time out there. Casale now showing the bunt and bunts it foul back into the screen. 1-1.
Well, you know, Detroit felt, I think, after Oakland made that trade for John Lester, said, we've got to do something, and we've got to make a splash. And David Price obviously is still out there. They went hard after him, and to get something, you're going to have to give up something. And Austin Jackson, a guy that absolutely offensively, feast or famine, but defensively pretty solid.
The bunt by Casale. Scherzer hustling with a pickup, and now to first. He was actually for a time thinking about a potential play at third, realized there was none to be had, so Casale puts down the sacrifice. Well, there's a look at the standings. They have gone from 6.5 up at the All-Star game to 2 behind Kansas City in the American League Central.
Well, and the offense has really been what's letting them down. I mean, in that time frame, they're averaging just 3.8 runs a game, hitting .249 as a team. They still lead the American League with a .273 average and second in on-base percentage, but they have struggled in the last 3 or so weeks. And that's allowed Kansas City that little window, and they've taken advantage by going 14-3.
There's Kevin Kiermaier. He shortens, and that pitch breaks down and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Infield up here in a 3-0 game. We're in the second. This pitching matchup of Archer and Scherzer. Brad Ausmus not wanting to give up another run.
Well, in the way that Chris Archer's been throwing, not only early going tonight, but since the All-Star break, already 3, maybe too many.
This pitch is wide. He's missed with a couple breaking balls. That one stayed outside.
Yeah, he's just not been sharp here in the early going. Command not there. And that's led to the walk, a hit batter. Of course, the runner on third, no fault of his. That should have been a fly ball to center field.
So it's a 3-ball, no strike count. Scherzer missing with a fastball. Top of the order, Desmond Jennings on deck. And ball 4 is inside, setting up men at first and third. Gives us a quick opportunity here to take a look at the tribute the Rays paying David Price on the scoreboard between innings from the time he came up in 2008. An integral part of this tremendous run the Rays have had over a 6-season span. David acknowledging the crowd here, the standing ovation he got for his contributions here. Now a member of the Detroit Tigers after the 3-team trade. Drew Smyly coming to the Rays, and Austin Jackson to Seattle. And you can see right there David Price. 3 starts doing what the Tigers had hoped he would do, and frankly Drew Smyly has pitched very well for the Rays, and Austin Jackson solidifying the defense for Seattle.
The Rays starting rotation has the 3rd best ERA since the David Price trade of any team in baseball.
This pitch into Desmond is a strike, but what an opportunity the Rays have again here. After the home run in the first by James Loney gave them a 3-run lead. Men on the corners with 1 out in the second. Wildomi the runner at third. And time granted by the plate umpire Greg Gibson.
Well, in that particular, before the pitch, Scherzer was taking an awful lot of time after coming set, so you can understand the ask for Desmond Jennings. It was granted.
Cut and a miss. Slider 0-2. Well, there you go. Since the 1st of August, see, that's the point you made, the 2.61 for the Rays. Tigers, 338, not bad, but it's 11th since then.
And think about who's gone down for the Tigers since then. Verlander, disabled list. Anibal Sanchez, disabled list. We're not counting on that happening.
And a cut and a miss here by Desmond. He is out on strikes.
Well, the Rays choosing to let Desmond swing the bat there. That's one of those situations where sometimes they like that first and third bunt. But with a 3-run lead, you go ahead and turn Desmond loose. Scherzer just able to overpower him there with a good fastball.
Scherzer picking up his 3rd strikeout, 2nd out of the inning. Been on the corners, and here's Ben Zobrist. Lob over to first on Kiermaier.
We referenced it earlier. There have been 19 stolen base attempts against Scherzer, so he's used to action on the base paths. Kiermaier runs well. There's 2 outs, but I think, you know, in this situation, Ben Zobrist looking for a little revenge. Kiermaier does have a pretty good lead, though.
And an attempt with the fastball away, and it's off the plate away.
When you see a lead, you know, from that camera angle, you can use the cutout over at first base as a good guide towards how big of a lead a base runner has. You see this cutout right here. You can split the body with that. You know you've got a pretty big lead. We've seen some guys get their left foot out to the cut. And that's when you really got to be nervous, because that is either a one-way lead where they're looking to do nothing but dive back in because they know they're going to force a throw, or they're going.
Yeah, Scherzer's thinking right along with you over there as Kiermaier's out there again. The pitch is wide. 2-0. Scherzer yet to find his comfort zone on the mound tonight, working in the 2nd inning. Finds a zone there. Off speed pitches here back to back to Zobrist. 2-1. Bounce it the other way.
And that was another one. Yeah. Well, you know what? Right now, as Scherzer, you get into a mode where, sure, you'd like to have all 3 or 4 of your pitches working and be able to work a hitter that way. But sometimes you get to the point where you're like, whatever. What do I have command of? The fastball he's not had command of. The changeup actually has been his best pitch, and he's only been able to throw that, or only has thrown that, to the left-handed hitters. Just cannot afford any more damage here, so he is going to whatever he thinks will work that he can command.
Base hit up the middle. Here comes Beldomi in to score. Over to third goes Kiermaier, and the Rays make it 4-0. Ben Zobrist comes through.
Well, he comes back with the fastball, and look where it's at. Right at the belt, middle of the plate. Cannot command that pitch. So finally says, forget all the changeups. Here's the heater. Well, it's right in the middle of the plate, and Ben pops it right back up the middle and drives in the Rays' 4th run.
That has to be one of the most frustrating feelings for a pitcher. Beldomi getting that first big league hit, and now has crossed the plate to make it 4-0. Trying to find command of the fastball.
how often do we talk about it? And it doesn't matter if you're Max Scherzer or whoever you are. If you can't command the fastball, you cannot have sustained success. And he's not commanded the fastball. Finds himself down 4 runs already in the second.
Back to the off-speed pitch to Joyce and misses.
He hasn't given up 4 runs in his start since the middle of June.
Ground ball second. Kinsler's got it. And the throw to first in time. So Rays pick up an additional run in the second. 4-0 Tampa Bay. Brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. By Checkers, big Philly flavor, small price. Checkers Philly cheesesteak and the new Chicken Philly, each just $1.99. By Bert Smith Volkswagen, Tampa Bay's home of driving excitement. Visit BertSmithVW.com. And by T-Mobile Tuesday Night Baseball. On to the third inning we go. Chris Archer on the hill with a 4-run lead. Alex Avila, the catcher, left-handed batter, leads off, and the Rays put that big shift on for him with Zobrist out there in shallow right field. Avila hitting .225, double figures and home runs with 10. Well, to this Tiger lineup, VA really seems to be, well, it's an interesting lineup. You mentioned that they're second in on-base percentage, but when it comes to walks, they're 10th.
Yeah.
They have more hits than anybody in the league.
That's right.
But they don't walk much. So they're looking to swing the bat at every opportunity.
Yeah, the pitches per plate appearance, that's a great indicator, and they're one of the worst in the American League. They're up there ready to swing, and they get their hits in bunches.
Yeah, and I exactly right. And I think they have the kind of lineup that can be hot, hot, hot.
Oh, yeah.
Cold, 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 hot and cold. Tough for them to manufacture runs in a way that maybe a balanced lineup could do.
They do have some stolen bases, but most of those fall with one guy, Rajai Davis. But look at the average. And right there, far and away. And if it wasn't for this recent slide since the 1st of August, they were up almost 280 before that. So they are definitely not swinging the bats well now, and that's why you'd like to stay away from these.
Yeah, especially with a lead and to lead off an inning. Avila draws the walk.
And on top of that, bottom third of the order.
Well, and there's a history there with Archer. You know, he's spared pretty well 1 through 6. And when he runs into trouble, it's frequently with the 7, 8, and 9 hitters to start it. Andrew Romine, the shortstop. Chris finds the zone with a fastball.
And you know what that does is when that becomes a trend, you start to wonder about concentration levels. Because let's face it, his stuff, look what it did to the first 6. Just dominated them. No reason for any bottom of the order. Every once in a while, they're going to get their hits off you. They're professionals too. But we've seen too many self-inflicted wounds over the course of the first 4.5 months of the season from Chris against the bottom of the order. His stuff's too good for the bottom of an order.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that, it would seem, is the next step for him, because if he shuts down the bottom of the order the way you would anticipate with his stuff, that he can, boy, that could really catapult him into pitching even deeper into games. Here he is. He's pitched well. There's no question about that. His 25th start. He says he wants to be the guy for his team. When he goes to the mound, they know they're going to win. This is a big part of it, shutting down 7, 8, and 9.
It's just part of the maturation process. We've seen Chris come so very far in his antics on the field. You remember how animated that he used to be? I mean, each and every inning, popping off the mound, a lot going on. He's calmed that down, become a little bit more deliberate, at times too deliberate. But we've seen him mature and you know, be able to find an area of his game that he wants to improve and then go do it. This is another step.
Chop to first, Loney to second, and they get the lead man. That's a nice play by Loney with that throw. We've seen them make throws like that before.
And it's because he knows who's running. I mean, he has to run in on a chopper here. You think about taking the out. He just turns, spins, and throws. A nice job by Escobar to control the low throw. Throwing across his body to get the lead man, knowing it's Alex Avila, does not run well.
How many first basemen forget about the guy at second, take the out at first? Now you've got a guy in scoring position.
At least 27 others. At least.
Yeah.
All of the right-handed first basemen.
Absolutely.
And 80 to 90% of the left-handers.
That's right. That's right. Rajat Davis. And a strike on the outside edge. Slider. Davis at 289. He can be an exciting player from the offensive point of view. He's got a little pop, sometimes more than just a little, and he can really run.
He hit a couple home runs at BP today that you had to do a double take. Like,
yeah.
Are you sure that was Davis?
I know.
It says it was. So you're right. He does have some juice. He leads his team in stolen bases with 30. Brett Ausmus using him kind of like Joe Madden likes to use Kevin Kiermaier. Some speed and power down there at the bottom.
Yeah, how about that? We have two guys hitting ninth. The 15 home runs between them. Kiermaier has 9. And Davis with 6.
And these guys haven't been full-time starters all year.
Yeah.
And, you know, you have them in there for all the games as a regular starter. And those numbers obviously are going to be even more inflated.
2-2 now. You really get the feeling that Archer will attack this bottom of the order syndrome that he's gone through. Shown some signs of doing that, of calming that down. But you're always concerned when the number 7 guy opens an inning with a walk. And with that, he's become a little more deliberate out there with his pacing. Runner goes, pitch foul, out of play.
You know what he's trying to do, and we talk about it often with young pitchers. A leadoff walk, an inopportune leadoff walk, 7-hole, and all of a sudden the game starts to speed up on him. This is the way that Chris Archer combats that.
Yep.
Not going to let the game speed up on him. He's going to slow it down to his comfort level and then go make pitches.
Yeah,
And that he may find a better pace as he gets older and more in control of his emotions. But right now, it's about throwing out the brakes.
And if we're talking about 7, 8, and 9, you know what's going on in his head. Runner goes. The throw is not in time. Count's going to go to 3-2 with Romine picking up his 7th stolen base of the year in 9 attempts.
You see him out there, has the cut of the grass right between his stance. So a good lead by Romine, a good jump. Boy, not a whole lot of wasted movement there, and that's what allows him to get in.
And you know, the game's a beautiful game, but the Tigers understand he's had problems 7, 8, and 9. They know he's slowed the pace. They know that his real attention right now is on Davis. And Romine got a good jump off Archer and steals second. Even down 4-0, and now there's ball 4.
That's 2 walks, 7 and 9.
Yep.
And you're right. And not only all of that led to the successful stolen base, but guess what? Maybe that stolen base rattles him a little bit. Well, now he ball 4, 2 runners aboard from the bottom of the order. They've not had to put the ball in play.
At the top of the order, Ian Kinsler is coming up here. Well, now he's gotten through the bottom of the order. Now he'll deal with the top of the order. Let's see if he can get back to normal with it.
It better be.
Let's hope so.
Some power lurking up here, starting with this man right here.
Kinsler looks at a pitch down, a fastball. And Jim Hickey will head to the mound here after that first pitch down. He's seen enough. You know that he was hoping, number one, that Archer could handle this and get through it, but he's going to have to make the visit.
Yep, and we've seen this often with Chris. You know, maybe where another guy, you know, you're going to give him a little bit more leash. Jim Hickey wants to go run out there, get in front of this, and the reason being is because of the way these 2 runners have reached base. Romine obviously on a fielder's choice, but the 2 runners are because of the 2 walks.
Yep.
7 and 9. His stuff is too good for that. His command is too good for that. And you got to be careful with Kinsler too, because he's a guy that likes to ambush. If you're going to throw a fastball to try to get back to 1-1, he is not going to wait around. He's going to come out of his shoes with a big swing.
Archer ready with this 1-0 pitch. Ground ball third. Longoria. Second base 1. First base 2. 5-4-3. Jim Hickey says, why don't you throw a double play ball? Okay. Next pitch, 5-4-3 and out. So the Rays get out of the top of the third and lead 4-0. Up when Raymond isn't around to help ignite a Rays rally, his gnome may be able to do the trick. The Raymond Rally Gnome, available only through the purchase of a Tampa Bay Times ticket tandem. The Rays take on the Red Sox Friday, August 29th. For tickets, visit RaysBaseball.com or call 888-FAN-RAYS. Here's Evan Longoria. He takes the first pitch. That's a strike. Evan, followed by James Loney, who gave the Rays 3 runs with 1 swing of the bat in the first. Yunel Escobar will hit third in the inning. And a popper into short right. Hunter coming on in a hurry, and Torrey Hunter's there to make the catch. Max Scherzer, the Cy Young Award winner last year. Our Toyota Trend showed you just how good he has been over the last 2 years and where he ranks in all those important categories. James Loney. Well, no strikes.
Well, I don't know what happened.
Technical difficulty,
but what that was meant to be was 198, and that was the average against Scherzer last year in 214 and a third innings. He gave 152 hits. That's it.
Yeah. It's 21-3.
Ridiculous.
A high pop foul that's going to carry out a play.
You know, how many times do we highlight a guy? You know, in his last 6 starts, the opponent average against him is 198. Okay, that's awesome. It really is. He did it over the course of a full season.
Well, he started the year 11-0 last year. And that's not done every day. Roger Clemens did it at 97. He's dominant. Almost machine-like. Liner out to Kinsler at second. 2 gone. Here's the Phantom Cam again.
Well, he does have a violent delivery. That arm not straight over the top, that low 3/4. You can see how he really rips through that baseball. That's where he gets the movement. You know, when that fastball is right, it's got good late movement to it. The slider, good sweeping action, but he's able to throw it hard. Guys have to make early decisions. There you see it.
Oh, that's a nice pitch there. That slider for a strike. And that's the thing you fear about him. Tough inning or two, but at any moment it could all come together if you start to get pitches like that. Fly ball into right. Hunter toward the line makes the catch. And the Rays are up and down 1-2-3. We go to the 4th. 4-0 Tampa Bay. Inning. Remember those retro road uniforms the Rays debuted against the Cubs in Chicago on August 10th? Well, you can own a piece of that game. You can bid on MLB authenticated game used jerseys, pants, the helmets, and more. And proceeds benefit the Rays Baseball Foundation. Just visit raysbaseball.com/auctions and place your bid there for the retro road uniforms Rays wore against the Cubs.
I think that's baloney. I think it's baloney.
You do?
I do.
And why is that?
Because I'd like to see them worn again. And then you can auction them off. I want to see those hats again.
Yeah. A lot of people just love hats.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Especially. Hunter chops it. Foul. The count is 1-1.
The hat is of the quality that can be worn away from the field, and you don't feel like such a homer. You know what I mean? You wear the regular hat away, and it's like, yeah, you're like, hey, guy, we get it. We get it. But the other one.
High shot back into right center. And that ball's off the wall between Kiermaier and Jennings. Hunter's on his way to second with a double. Well, that'll erase that childhood idol status that Hunter had for Archer there.
Well, Torrey Hunter able to get full extension on that fastball up around the thighs. And that's what he wants to do. Fully extended right there. That ball's on the outer third, almost the outside corner, and still able to drive it that far. Been doing that for a long time.
Tigers have their first hit and a couple of walks and a double play ball in the third, so they've left one. Now Hunter's in scoring position for Miguel Cabrera. The ground ball headed towards short. That'll move Hunter to third. Cabrera is the first out here in the top of the fourth inning. That'll give us a little time to check in with our compadre Todd Callis. Todd?
Dwayne, guess where I am? The porch.
Oh,
guess where you're going to be tomorrow?
It.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about it? You and Brian Anderson going to be broadcasting from right here in the porch. Really good view of that last double by Torrey Hunter. You get a sense of how far the ball travels off the bat. And that ball hitting off the wall. You've got the cow-nose Rays down in the corner. It's become the most popular spot to watch game out here at Tropicana Field. So tomorrow night, guys, you will be doing the broadcast from right here on our Wednesday night Mazda Showdown. I'm sure you're looking forward to it, and I kind of feel like I'm being kicked out of my home. Back to you.
Well, I know, but you're such a kind heart that he would allow us to occupy his perch, in this case his porch, for just one night, I'm sure. High popper off the bat of Victor Martinez. So that's two gone. Victor Martinez retired as Longoria went out there to make the catch in shallow left. Or two big outs on two pitches. There's the porch, and we'll be out there. They're just getting it ready for us.
I'm looking forward to it. It's so nice that Todd would invite us over.
It is. It's the first time he's ever really invited us to his place.
Yeah.
Big step in the right direction for the camaraderie of our group.
Well, he took mid-August.
J.D. Martinez. And that's a strike. Slider. He got Martinez swinging on a slider after getting ahead of him 1-2 in the second inning. Now he faces him with Torrey Hunter at third and two outs in the fourth. One to count. They said we were going to have to go out to the porch tomorrow. I wasn't sure if they were going to put us on the back porch or the front porch. At any rate, that porch is going to be a pretty good view, and you see fans flock to that area.
It's going to be an interactive broadcast, apparently.
We wouldn't have it any other way.
No. Mix it up a little bit.
I will say this. It may not be the most precise telecast we've ever done.
Right.
It has a chance to be very interesting, however. 1-2 the count for Martinez. J.D. Martinez up there. He got him. Went upstairs with a fastball at 97. Boy, after that leadoff double, Archer, for the middle of the order, went to work. It's 4-0. Of the fourth. Now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag #SunSportsFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Max Scherzer had a quick inning in the third, just 8 pitches. Archer made just 9. In the top of the fourth, bottom of the inning, and here's Vince Belnome. He got his first big league hit, Belnome, with a double and a run scored in the second inning. Brought a nice smile to his face. And hits this one high and deep down the line. That ball is fair, and it's gone. Home run, first in the big leagues for Belnome. Tigers don't think it was fair. Belnome hit it right down the line.
For right now, it is.
Well, let's see. Brad Ausmus out of the Tiger dugout.
Another pitch that stays up out over the plate. Belnome out in front of an off speed like that changeup. Let's see. I don't like it crossing in front of the pole like that. That may come back. If it crosses in front of that pole headed that way.
Scherzer, a perplexed look on his face.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, and you know what? After seeing that replay, crosses behind it, you lose sight of that ball. Yeah, you got a good thing going. Crosses in front, that's probably not going to go the Rays' way.
Belnome, who got a double in the second on the misplayed ball by Davis, then scored a run. It's under umpire review. Well, take that back. Belnome got a preview of what it will feel like and what to do once he does hit his first major league home run. but this one was just foul. On the review, though, it's overturned.
Well, at least he knows the route.
Yeah.
It's always important to know the route home.
It's like a dress rehearsal. One is fouled back off the catcher, Avila. Count goes to 0-2. Upstairs. You know, for a guy who thought he might have his first big league home run and then have it overturned, that's cruel and unusual.
It really is.
Yeah, I mean, how terrible.
Just got his first hit. Ground rule double.
And now he's called out on strikes. So they turn the potential home run into a strikeout.
Well, it'll make that first real one, like you said, all the sweeter. Right here, he just gets locked up on a Scherzer fastball away.
One gone now in the Rays' fourth inning. Casale up here. And that's a strike. Casale just missed his first big league home run on that last road trip in Arlington. Came close to getting one out to left field. Had to settle for a double. 1-1 the count to him. Ball, 2 strikes.
You can see why that pitch, when it's commanded by Scherzer, is so tough on right-handed hitters. Because of his arm angle, he gets so much sweeping action with it, and he throws it so hard that when he starts it in off the plate, a hitter just locks up.
2-2.
You see that ball come out of that arm angle, and it's, you know, somewhere between you and the inside corner of the plate. All of a sudden you just freeze there, and then off it sweeps right to the middle of the plate, middle away. You know, when he tries to punch you out, he'll try to sweep it from the middle of the plate off.
Cut and a miss. Casale swinging through that mid-90s fastball. So that's 6 in a row since the RBI base hit by Ben Zobrist.
See the four-seam grip, the arm angle, and then just drive it to the plate. Got that one up just enough.
Kevin Kiermaier in the box. And there's a first pitch curveball for a strike. We've seen a handful of those from him.
Well, he started to tighten some things up here. Problem is, for him and the Tigers, he's down 4 runs, and Chris Archer's throwing the ball great.
Pop foul, third base side. Castellanos after it, but it's out of play. Romine angling out from short as well, but out of play.
Always amazes me, you know, when you look at the phantom cam of those, you know, well, left-handers or right-handers. In this case, Max Scherzer delivering that ball to the plate the way he leads with that elbow, and the stress and the torque put on that thing as he comes ripping through there with a mid-90s fastball.
Yeah, that's why the phantom cam is so great to have. Swing and a miss right there. A chase by Kiermaier out in front. So Scherzer strikes out the side in the 4th. Here's another look at that delivery. Chris Archer headed into the 5th inning through 4. He's given up just the double to Torrey Hunter. Had a little issue with a couple walks in the 3rd, but got a double play ball. Pitch counts in order. 5 strikeouts to go with those 2 walks. He'll face the number 6 hitter, Nick Castellanos, the 3rd baseman, to open the 5th inning. A fastball in for a strike.
And how about the last 2 innings for Chris in building confidence? 2 walks to the 7-hole and a 9-hole hitter back in the 3rd inning. He's able to get out of that with a double play ball. Then a leadoff double going through the heart of the order and gets out of that unscathed. You talk about building a pitcher's confidence, and now he can really start to go after this lineup. He's got a 4-run lead. It's the 5th inning. Got to be feeling pretty good about himself.
Braves got him 3 runs in the 1st, added another run in the 2nd inning. Ball 2 strikes, coming off the 12 strikeout performance on the road in Arlington against the Rangers. It was at a 10-1 Rays win. He's pitching on an extra day's rest today. The 19th. That game was on the 13th. 2-2, and in a limited sample, his numbers actually are better without that extra day. And a lot of pitchers are that way, right?
Well, it's tough to stay in a good routine. You get stuck on that 5-day routine. You know, you've got your work days all laid out in front of you, the day off, before you pitch, and then you go out there and do your thing. Sometimes when you get an extra day, you're a little bit too strong. Your schedule's off just a little bit. But, listen, starting pitchers are creatures of habit, and they understand it's a 5-day rotation. And they can live with that once it gets spread. That's why pitchers hate it. You remember James Shields, David Price couldn't stand to get pushed back an extra day. They wanted to stay on that 5 days.
Look at this, a little chop through the right side by Castellanos. The Rays had Zobrist from his second base spot up the middle, opening that right side, and on that pitch, Castellanos just got it through the right side. Look at that.
Yeah, you've got this huge hole on the right side, and the pitch is down and away. That makes it easier for Castellanos to just stick the bat out there. That will frustrate a pitcher too. You go down and away, get an easy ground ball of what should be to the second baseman, and he's playing up the middle.
And as much as Archer has toned it down, he's just by nature so animated, and we saw it right there.
Phantom cam doesn't help.
No. It was a nice stop on the first pitch to Avila.
That Phantom cam, it picks up everything.
Oh, it surely does.
Everything. Talk about Chris Archer not being as animated. Can't hide from Phantom cam.
No, not then. And you're so right. We saw that last pitch made by Scherzer on our way to break after the bottom of the 4th. And just chatting about that between half innings. If you had seen that scene yourself, could you have pitched again?
No. I'm telling you, having blown out my elbow 3 times, to see that, I mean, you just the torque and the stress that is put on that joint, it's incredible that guys hold up as long as they do.
It really is amazing. The foul ball back, and the interesting thing about all this is now with young pitchers coming up, and they throw so much even before their sign. Here's the delivery from Archer on Phantom cam.
And not as dramatic because that elbow's covered up.
Yeah.
But when you get the one from Scherzer and you see the skin flap develop and all those muscles and tendons going to work in there to keep that joint intact, it's amazing. Pitch after pitch, year after year.
Never foul. It's 1-2. Here's what we were talking about as we take a look at the full arm exposed here from Scherzer. Just look at the torque on that.
Yeah. I mean, you can just see those muscles firing. Not to mention the ligaments and tendons holding everything in place. That's why when you start to have muscle issues, flexor mass issues, when those muscles start to deteriorate or weaken, that's when those ligaments start to take over, and that's when bad things happen.
Yeah, because they're really not meant to take over in that way.
No, absolutely not. And that's why when you see a guy with a forearm strain, okay, yeah, it's muscular.
Yeah.
You want to exercise extreme caution, because if that muscle is compromised, the ulnar collateral ligament will start to take over. And if it does, like you said, it's not built for that, and you run the risk of it giving way.
Lined into right. Kiermaier is there and makes the catch. Well, that's one of those. We talk about a line drive, especially the center fielder when it's hit right at him, how tough it is. You've got a little bit different angle than right, but that's still very tough when it's hit that hard and right at you.
Yeah, and you don't have a whole lot of time to make a decision. You've got to read it, and then you see right there the fancy footwork of Kiermaier trying to get himself ready to make that play, and he does just that.
First out in the 5th. With the runner at first, and now the shortstop, number 8 hitter, Andrew Romine. Ball, no strikes. Romine reached on the fielder's choice in the 3rd inning and stole second base. With 5 strikeouts, he's walked 2 and has allowed 2 hits. Up the middle, past Escobar and into center. Luciano stops at second. So here we go. Romine on base. 1 out. The number 9 hitter's due up.
Well, fastball. This one stays middle. That allows Romine to go right back up the middle. This ball shoots by Archer and gets by Escobar. That ball was hit hard.
Yeah, a couple of hard hit balls after Castellanos got a little base hit through the open right side. Vila hit the ball hard, caught by Kiermaier, and now Romine hitting it up the middle and through the infield. Rajah Davis. Chop first base. Loney to second. Wide throw. Everybody's going to be safe. Loney trying to unload it quickly. It threw just to the shortstop side of the bag, and everybody is safe.
Well, Escobar is headed towards second base. We've seen Loney make this play before, actually, in this game. Coming in, throwing across the body, but this one stays arm side. Did not get through the throw, and this kind of sails on him. Escobar does the wise thing. Knows he doesn't have a play at second, but secure the baseball first. But that does lead to the bases loaded. Uncharacteristic mistake by Loney, and now the Rays in a little bit of a bind.
Yeah, Loney's 5th error of the year. It's a fielder's choice and an error. So the bases are loaded with Ian Kinsler due. Jim Hickey with a full-scale conference on the mound.
Well, and you're right back up to the top of the order. Ian Kinsler, be careful. No get-me-over strikes here. Quality strikes.
Kinsler 0 for 2 tonight. He is 1 for 12 in his career against Archer. That hit an extra base hit, a double.
Archer looking for similar magic from the last at bat where he got him to ground into a double play to end an inning. This defensive setup will be challenging to be able to do that.
Pitches wide raised shift for Kinsler.
You've got right here is where you have Ben Zobrist. Now he starts to move just a little bit. The ground ball to Longoria or Escobar are going to be tough for Ben to get there and make a play. Look to maybe cut that lead runner at the plate.
stopped by Casale on a slider. 2-0.
Yeah, that was a really good stop because that slider out of the hand of Chris Archer was just yanked down and away. Tough chance to handle. Done very nicely by Kurt. That's why you shift.
Big 2-0 pitch. Foul back. 2-1. Rays with a 4-0 lead. Big threat by the Tigers. That's upstairs. 3 balls and a strike. Archer missed with the fastball.
Well, and you can probably figure out another one here. Kinsler's going to be sitting dead red.
Yeah, he'll be ready to jump out of his shoes. 3-1, and he takes it high. That will force home a run. So the walk, and the Tigers get their first run. It's 4-1.
And it doesn't get any easier from here. Torrey Hunter, who went deep off the wall in right center field in his last at bat, comes to the plate now, and Chris has got to get back to quality strikes in a hurry.
Just 1 out. Hunter 1 out of 2. The double came on a fastball. And he takes that pitch off the plate in a fastball.
You can understand wanting to go in there. A lot of times it's tough to be able to spot that pitch and get that call. But as we talked about it earlier and highlighted, Hunter wants to get extended. So they're trying to crowd it.
Ground ball, backhanded by Escobar. They're going to get the force at third. Run will score. Nice play by Escobar, and he had to make an off-balance accurate throw to third. So it's 4-2. Fielder's choice. Hunter reaching and picking up a run, batted in.
Now this was really his only play. Hunter making a bid, trying to roll it in the hole. Escobar able to get with the backhand and get that ball over to Longoria there to get the out. You take what you can get, and that's right there. Rays' only shot.
So the Rays lead stands at 2. Davis forced at third. Romine crossing the plate. Miguel Cabrera with 2 on and 2 out. 96 with the fastball. He takes it up. Cabrera struck out on a slider in the first, grounded to short in the 4th inning. Came into the game hitting .339 with men in scoring position. .307 overall to start play tonight. You look at so many of these hitters in the Rays lineup with men in scoring position, they're even better than their overall average. Cabrera chased the slider. 1-1.
See, that started middle of the plate. Archer able to break it down and away and even the count. This is a big pitch for Chris. 1-1 count. Big swing in momentum, whether it's a ball or a strike.
Liner into center. Jennings charges. Did he get it? Yes, he did. He got it. There was a little hesitation on the call. Sinking line drive. Ausmus wants to come out, and he may not have gotten that. We'll see. Phil Cuzzy at first base went up with the right arm. Ausmus headed toward Will Little, but now he diverts and heads over to Cuzzy.
Well, Well, take a look at it right here. Sinking quickly. Oh, that's a trap. He did not get it. And you know, when Desmond popped to his feet, there was a little bit of a delay there. He's going to try and sell it. But boy, oh boy, does that ball looks like it gets to the turf before it bounces into the glove. Now the question is, if that comes back, where do you put the runners? Because they played it all the way out. Everybody ran around to score.
Yeah. So another play under review.
Yeah, that will be the key because, boy, oh boy, who'd you have there? Torrey Hunter ended up coming all the way around and crossing home plate. And so it'll be interesting if that is indeed the call. Where do you put Torrey Hunter? Do they allow him to score? Do you put him back at third? Because he played it through.
Jerry Davis, Phil Cuzzy in communication with Command Central. Kinsler started at second and scored. Hunter was at first base, and he did continue around and cross the plate. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, and I think that you look at that replay and you think they're definitely going to overrule it, and any delay would be placement of the runners.
So it's overturned, and it will be a first and third situation and a one-run ball game now. The call overturned.
That close.
See, there's where Hunter was. So Kinsler scores on the play, and they set runners at first and third. Now a one-run ball game.
This is what you were talking about earlier in the game. When you think about Detroit's offense, it can be quiet for a while, but it can heat up in a hurry. This is a big, for obvious reasons, a big at-bat here. Maintain this lead.
Here's Victor Martinez, who's very good with men in scoring position. He's been tough against the Rays through the years. And Archer, after the delay, throws him a first pitch strike. A slider in there, strike one. How about those numbers this year with men in scoring position and 2 outs? The more crucial the situation gets, the better Victor Martinez is.
That's how the great players are. The ability to slow the game down when it matters the most.
1 ball, 1 strike.
You don't get nervous. You look at these situations as opportunities, and you're able to just really hone in and concentrate and focus on what it is you're trying to accomplish. This guy's as good as anybody.
Popped him up. Loney's there. That will retire the side. 8 men come to the plate. Tigers get 3. It's 4-3 Rays.
for a much-needed off day yesterday. The Rays spent their Sunday evening right here at Tropicana Field for Madden's Summer Social. A lovely little meet and greet for Rays fans like yourselves, hosted by the Rays skipper. There you see him, Joe Madden. It featured players, coaches, and our broadcasters. A huge line for Kevin Kiermaier, of course, and it was all for a wonderful cause. Madden tweeted that the event raised over $42,000 for the Rays Baseball Foundation. Saw you in the video recap, BA. I trust you enjoyed your time.
I think he did enjoy it.
You know what? I was tidying up some business. Of course, I enjoy it every year.
1-0 pitch. It's been driven back into center, and it's caught by Rajah Davis. So that's the first out.
I was receiving instructions.
Look at him right there.
Although this is somewhat embarrassing. Fist bumping. Well,
everyone had a good time.
And yes, we did.
It's always fun. When one Rays fan came all the way from England.
That's right.
Had come here a few years ago on a couple of occasions for a holiday in the summer. Times it up so that the Rays are always on a homestand, and made the Summer Social this year. Another one of those fans, and we talked about the Rays following all over Europe, and France and the Netherlands and England. They love the day games because the night games tend to be at odd hours for them. Foul, out of play. It's 2-1 to Zobrist. But you get a game that starts about 1, 2 o'clock. You know, it's going to be 6 or 7 or 8, depending on where they are in that area of the world. Night games, well, they get over a little later.
Night games on the West Coast, you can have breakfast.
Foul back, 2-2. It was fun. We saw a lot of fun people and talking in baseball. All three of the runs in the top of the 5th inning turn out to be unearned runs. That's a foul ball. He cued it down to third base side, and enough reverse English on it that it was just foul by the time it got to the third base bag.
Boy, it was that close. That close. And you're right. Just too much English in Ben Zobrist. Getting a chuckle out of that, although he probably wishes he was standing on second base right now, not back in the box.
And that's down 3-2. The Tigers have initiated a couple of reviews on plays, and they have had plays overturned tonight to their benefit. 3-2, sharply hit foul, and our esteemed statistician Rick Odioso reminds us that in the pre-replay days, the Rays would have a 5-2 lead, and the Tigers would be very upset with this umpiring crew.
That's right. Maybe even an ejection or two.
I'd say we could count on it. 3-2 again, and there's ball 4 outside, and Scherzer not very happy with himself there on walking Zobrist. Fans, follow every Rays game with MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile, phone, or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.TV game of the day, and more. Download the App Store or visit RaysBaseball.com now. Matt Joyce, 1 on, 1 out. Rays trying to go to work against Scherzer, and rebuild their lead. At one point it was 4, and it's down to only a run right now.
Yeah, you want to answer. You want an answer, and Ben Zobrist working a 1-out walk is a start.
Joy's 0 for 2 tonight. Came into the game 2 of 17 against Scherzer, 1 a double and the other one a home run. Now he's down 0-2.
And you can see that Scherzer not afraid to take that sign, come set, and keep you in your stance over at first base and at the plate for a long time. And if he's going to do that, well, you got to ask for time and get out of there and break that rhythm. You get there, you're ready to hit, and you're waving that bat around as he comes set. He's going to stand there and hold the ball. There he goes a little quicker.
Pop back into left. J.D. Martinez makes the catch.
You know, sometimes you'll see pitchers do that. They'll, hold the ball, good base runner over at first, trying to get him out of his rhythm, get him to sink into his heels a little bit. But it can be just as effective with the hitter. Sometimes you're holding the ball, you're standing there waiting for him to deliver it. Takes a long time. You start to, get a little bit stagnant, and then all of a sudden the next time he comes set and comes right at you. Constantly giving you different looks.
Now it's Evan Longoria. That curveball that stayed in up a bit. He's gotten some strikes with that pitch. Not this time. 1 ball, no strikes.
And probably it was a good thing it was that poor of a pitch. That breaks any more to the middle of the plate. And that had bang it written all over it.
Checked in time. 2-0. Now 2-1. There's James Loney on deck. He hit the home run in the first inning that gave the Rays a 3-0 lead. Scherzer holding the ball out there. And time granted again. Scherzer just about set to make that delivery after that long set position.
That's Evan Longoria. Feeling like he's starting to get out of rhythm at the plate, saying this is too long and asking for time. And rightfully so, it was granted. See how long.
Fastball is fouled. 2-2.
There's a certain rhythm to both pitching and hitting, and if you can come set and be comfortable holding that ball for a long time, you definitely have the advantage over a hitter that's up there anticipating a pitch, a certain location. He's got his plan, he's got his hands going, trying to stay in rhythm, and when you're stuck there for an awful long time, it can work to your detriment.
Too low. Blocked. So the count is full on Evan Longoria. Scherzer struggled through the first 2 innings, made 47 pitches through 2. Had an 8-pitch third and a 12-pitch fourth. 2 outs for the man at first in the 5th and a full count to Longoria. Big swung on and skied foul. It's out of play. So we'll do that again, and Zobrist with a full count and 2 outs was breaking. Back to first he goes to break with this next pitch. Finn's RBI single in the second, the difference in this game right now, as it drove home the 4th run of the night for the Rays. 3-2 again. And strike 3 called on the outside corner. He got him looking. Rays leave a man. 7th strikeout for Scherzer. 4-3 Rays. He's jumped out in front on one swing of the bat from James Loney in the first inning, with Zobrist and Longoria aboard to make it 3-0. Zobrist shot a base hit to center off a fastball, scoring Bellomi in the second. It was 4-0. But in the 5th, the Tigers sent 8 men to the plate. They took advantage of an error. Bases loaded walk to Kinsler. Base hit by Hunter. Cabrera got a base hit eventually on the review. That made it 4-3, and we're now in the top half of the 6th inning. J.D. Martinez fouling a slider away for a strike. Martinez 0 for 2 in this game. Into the dirt, it's 1-2. Martinez hit a couple home runs against the Rays up in Detroit in that 4-game series. 16 for the year now.
Just his 84th game. 54 runs batted in. Right now, J.D. Martinez has to be thinking to himself, how is Archer going to try and finish me off? He got him with a slider down and away in his first at-bat. He climbed the ladder with a fastball middle of the plate up in his second at-bat, both resulting in strikeouts.
Now, each time on a 1-2 count, he's 1-2 with them again here in the 6th. He went with the slider. He'll do it again after that foul ball. Still with the 1-2 count. Runs, 3 hits for the Rays, 3 runs, 4 hits for the Tigers. Tapper will be fielded, bobbled by Archer, but he recovers and makes the play at first. Don't need any of that. That's one away now in the 6th. And here's what's coming up tomorrow on Rays Live, the pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. We'll introduce the newest Fox Sports Florida girls. And we'll hear from Jake Odorizzi. Jake on the mound. Pitch the middle game of this series tomorrow. So big evening in store.
I mean, really?
Yep. Introductions. Talk to the starting pitcher. Swing and a miss by Castellanos.
You and I are going to be out of the porch.
We will. That's right. Somebody reminds me. Well, we're all creatures of habit. We come right to the booth. We'll
I'll be here.
Porch tomorrow.
Well, we gotta get our work done first. We gotta take it to the porch.
That's right. We shall move en masse to the porch. Only after our preparation for the event at hand is complete. 1-1. Cut the miss.
Late movement. I think Nick Castellanos thought that he was on that fastball in. But watch the late action. Cannot get it there. Ducks it underneath that swing.
2-2. Upstairs with a mid-90s fastball. Archer 93 pitches now, 1 out into the 6th. Alex Avila, the catcher, is on deck. We have a full count.
Yeah, that was not an easy take right there. Good late breaking slider from Chris Archer. Castellanos able to hold up.
That's a strike call on the outside part of the plate. Came back with a slider, and he gets him.
Boy, did he drop this pitch in a perfect spot or what?
Chris Archer on Phantom Cam. The more you slow it down, the more impactful it is.
Very angry young man.
Alex Avila. So you see that in real time, you go, okay, fine.
Right.
You slow it down, you go, wow.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right. No matter what you show on Phantom Cam, it's going to give you the wow factor.
One strike pitch to Avila. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, Chris Archer also, that emotion, he's showing what this game has become, and that's a brawl. It was a 4-0 lead for the Rays. Looked like the way that he was pitching, they may just cruise right through this one, but now at 4-3, top of the 6th inning, this is against a very desperate team in the Detroit Tigers. This is a fight.
Yep. You know, the Rays battling, trying to stay alive, keep what hopes they have of the postseason alive. Dropping the series to New York was difficult, losing 2 out of 3. The Tigers have seen themselves fall right out of first place and struggling for a spot in the wild card battle. Avila takes it for a strike, 2-2.
Like, could you imagine the ripple and the ramifications if this team stays out of first place, misses the second wild card after all the trades they made to try to absolutely guarantee themselves a spot?
Right there. battling Seattle head-to-head for the second wild card spot. 3-2. And you know, they were expected to win the division. Now they're battling essentially for the one-game play-in.
That's right. You know, Kansas City Royals, they have that 2-game lead on them right now, and we already went over their schedule. Boy, does it set up favorably with the teams that they're going to face over the next couple of weeks.
And a walk with 1 out to Avila. Second time tonight Archer has walked him. This one comes with 2 outs. The last time Archer walked as many as 4 was in his win over the Tigers in Detroit on July the 5th. He won that game 7-2. Struck out 4 and walked 4 in that game. Since then he's walked 3 starts in a row. 1 and then 2 his last time against Texas when he struck out 12. Ball 1 to Andrew Romine. Look at the bottom part of this order. Avila has been up with 3 plate appearances. He's been on twice. Romine officially is 1 for 2, reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd, singled and scored in the 5th. Rajai Davis behind him has been on 1 of the 2 plate appearances he's had. Discounting the fielder's choice when he reached, he walked in the 3rd. And now it's 3-0 here to Romine. And the Rays get Kirby Yates up in the bullpen. Archer needs a final out here in the 6th. Instead, he walks Romine.
4 of the 5 walks have come 7, 8, and 9.
Yep. So here we are again with the bottom of the order, as we discussed earlier in the night. Jim Hickey's going to make a trek to the mound. And Rajai Davis, the hitter. And while they talk it over, a peek ahead to tomorrow. The starters presented by Chevron. Jake Odorizzi coming off a win to even his record at 9-9. And Rick Porcello, a 13-game winner, on the mound for the Tigers. And our coverage begins on Sun Sports at 6:30.
I'll tell you, the pitching matchups in this series across the board pretty good. Jake Odorizzi really transforming himself into a big strikeout pitcher. Fastball up in the zone has been his calling card. An improving changeup.
You know, it might be interesting from our perch out there in center field tomorrow to watch him, watch his pitches from that perspective. His pitches up in the strike zone. He gets a lot of swing throughs up there.
Boy.
John Davis. Slider is up to him. 1 ball, no strikes. Colorado's taken a 1-0 lead on Kansas City in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Liner into center. That's going to drop for a base hit. Here comes Avila, and this game is tied. Davis, the number 9 hitter, singles home the tying run.
Now, when a pitcher is struggling with command and he only throws, for the most part, 2 pitches anyway, pretty easy to pare it down. And Rajai Davis is just looking for a fastball here, and he's not looking to do too much with it.
Well, the bottom of the order does hit Chris Archer. The base hit by Davis, and that's it for Chris. He's going to leave the game with men at 1st and 3rd. Right now it's tied 4-4, and he leaves with 2 men on base accountable to his line. Back in a moment. with a couple men on base, 2 outs in the 6th. This game now tied on the base hit by Rajai Davis. 107 pitches for Chris. 4 runs, 1 earned. All 3 of the runs scored in the 5th turned out to be unearned as a result of the throwing error on James Loney. So Ian Kinsler, the top of the order, will be coming up as Chris Archer looks on from the Rays dugout. Kirby Yates on the hill. Rays trying to nail down the final out here in the 6th, and they're going to have to go back to work. And Max Scherzer, who was shaky the first couple innings, has been anything but that over the last 3. Kinsler takes the pitch for a strike. Yates has used his slider a lot and started Kinsler with that pitch.
And primarily sinker slider. Anything to get this last out and get out of this little jam.
Over to first. Davis back in.
The frustrating part again. 2 outs, nobody aboard. 7th hole coming up.
Yep.
Walk 7, walk to the 8th hole hitter Romine, and then Davis a base hit. The bottom of the order, the 2 out walks.
Well, that'll bite you, and it got Archer tonight. Side.
These are the outings that'll keep you up at night. That'll drive you crazy.
Because you'll replay those innings and those pitches, hitters over and over.
Over and over. The bottom of the lineup, the walks.
It's 2-1.
Look at the work that he did on hitters 1 through 6 for the most part. You know, 1 walk. Hitters 1 through 6, 4, 7 through 9.
Yep. And 5 walks total, equaling this season's high. It's the 3rd time he's walked 5 in a game. There goes Davis. The pitch is foul.
That was one of those leads we were talking about. Davis was out there so far, his left foot was on the cutout. You know, a lot of times you'll see a guy with an aggressive lead, that cutout will split their stance. Davis was out there past the cutout, left foot was on it. He's out there again. See the cutout right here. It's a big lead.
Big lead, and he's fast as well. He's gone. What a jump. The pitch is down. There'll be no throw.
Nobody covering. Now, if you can get a move up there on indifference in this kind of a situation, but that's about what this was. Big lead, big jump. Doesn't even have to worry about a throw.
Yeah, he started to go head first and then realized there was nobody there.
Why?
Now 3-2. Kinsler pops it into center. Zobrist out. Here comes Jennings in. Ben fields off, and Jennings makes the catch. We're headed into the bottom of the 6th, and we're tied 4-4. Loney ready to lead off in the game tonight, and all season long, Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. James Loney connected in the first. Towering home run down the right field line, and that gave the Rays an early 3-0 lead.
May come up again because the Rays have not been able to hold that lead. Now tie ball game, and back to work we go.
Max Scherzer delivers. It's a little bit wide. Scherzer, through all of this, has given up just 3 hits. The head of Romine and into left. Romine tried to retreat just enough to give that ball a little time to come down, but it was still over his head.
It looked there for a moment like he was going to be able to make a play on this. The ball's off the end of the bat here. Kind of fluttering out there, and Romine trying to get his footwork set. Make a jump there at the end, and just out of his reach.
Well, let's see if that's the start of something. First hit the Rays have had since Zobrist's base hit drove in the 4th run with 2 outs in the 2nd. Escobar shortening on the bat. That's a strike.
Well, if you were serious about bunting, that may have been the one to go after. Fastball right down the middle.
Around early again. Takes the ball. It's 1-1. Escobar, another look at Tom Foley. Wayne Hardy throwing in the bullpen. Al Albuquerque was up there. The toss that one hops in to Cabrera at first. Albuquerque back up. How about this move?
Well, it's not going to pick many guys off. I can assure you that.
Bunts foul.
You know, and it's not like James Loney is going anywhere unless you're trying to pick up something from Yunel Escobar. Really no point in it.
Well, Escobar hasn't made it a secret what he's been doing. He's almost came right out of the on-deck circle in the bunting position.
You almost wonder if he's worried about Escobar showing it early and then pulling it back. Because there's no reason to throw over on Loney. He's not going anywhere.
Shows a bunt again. 1-2. It takes the pitch down.
Yeah, these are just little mind games going on here between what they're putting on with Escobar, you know, around early. That gets Scherzer out there thinking that maybe he's so early and telegraphing it so much that he's going to pull back and they're going to try to play a little hit and run, a little butcher boy action. And then scoring him out late on the last pitch.
Now he does, and he fouls it. So on the 2-2 pitch, he showed bunt and pulled it back.
That is what he was worried about before on the throw over with Loney. Square around, that's the action that you're looking for. You know, a lot of times guys will run a pickoff play with a guy not showing bunt to see if they start to show bunt. With him showing the bunt so early, he throws over to first base or whatever that was to try to see if Escobar tips pulling the bat back, which is what he did there.
It's fouled back. So after all of that, we get a fastball at 94 and a foul ball out of play. Escobar is out on strikes. He's down showing the bunt. He's called out on strikes. Parting word or two with Greg Gibson, the plate umpire.
Well, this is a borderline pitch, the breaking ball right here, and you see Escobar pulling off of it late. Fox Tracks has it right on the corner, and so does Greg Gibson.
Well, that's 8 strikeouts in this game for Scherzer. Vince Belnomi. Well, thought he had a home run. It was overturned on review in the 4th. This would be a good time for it. He was thinking about that pitch as it disappeared on him. And some movement in the fastball.
Well, the arm angle will create that from time to time, and we've seen a number of those fastballs yanked a little bit by Scherzer. That's really shot across the zone, in on the lefties, away from the righties.
Foul back. Another fastball, and it's a 2-strike count. Scherzer approaching 100 pitches. 1 on, 1 out in the 6th. Bullpen stays at the ready for Detroit. Fly ball, short center. It's Davis coming in. Got it for the 2nd out. Kurt Casale on his way now. Casale has sacrificed and struck out tonight. Strike. Slider to start this at bat.
Hey, Brewer, you bored? Come on, man. Go strike.
Ball 1 strike. That's a strike. Now 1 and 2. Casale behind in the count. Tigers scored a run in the top of the 6th to tie the game. Scherzer, after a shaky start of the first 2 innings, has been tough. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
This is what championship caliber pitchers, these are sometimes the games that they have to throw. Scherzer has not been locked in tonight. Even when he's been going good, he's at times struggled with his command, whether it be the fastball or the slider. And yet he's been able to hold the Rays in check after that early 1st inning and allowed his team to get back into the game.
Ground ball 3rd. Castellanos to Cabrera. The Rays are out in the 6th inning after the leadoff single. They leave a man. 4-4 tie through 6. by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. By the Florida Department of Transportation, who reminds you to drive sober or get pulled over. And by When the Game Stands Tall, in theaters August 22nd. On to the 7th from Tropicana Field. Brad Boxberger on. Pitcher number 3 for Joe Madden and Jim Hickey, making his 50th appearance of the year.
Well, and I'll tell you what, how about this number right here? 144 opponent average. Brad Boxberger, he has been tremendous all season long coming out of that bullpen. Big strikeout numbers, 84 and 53 innings. And he goes to work here at the top of that Tiger lineup.
Torrey Hunter takes the pitch, and it's in there for a strike. 5 2/3 for Archer, 4 runs, 1 earned. Third of an inning for Yates, who came in with a couple men on. Got a final out in the top of the 6th, and here we are in the 7th.
Well, we've seen Brad Boxberger used for multiple innings before. You know, a lot of times you think of Boxberger McGee at the end of the ball game, 8th and 9th inning, but you look at where the Tigers are in their lineup, how much trouble in this inning is going to come to the plate. So you go with Boxberger and maybe for 2 innings.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, Miguel Cabrera is next. Then Victor Martinez behind him. Hunter is out on strikes. That shows you how good Boxberger is.
Look at the swing. Awkward, defensive, just trying to stay alive.
Miguel Cabrera takes the first pitch in for a strike. Cabrera had a base hit, drove in a run with it in the 5th inning. His 87th run batted into the year. Whips a foul out of play. 0-2. On the top of the 7th at Yankee Stadium, the Astros and the Yankees are tied 4-4. Houston scored 3 in the top of the 6th. And New York 2 in the bottom of the 6th. Cabrera fouls it again out of play. Brad Ausmus, the manager of the Detroit Tigers. Jimmy Leland had been there. Is wide. It's 1-2. Dave Dombrowski and Jimmy Leland were together 8 years. The GM of the team and the manager. Brad Ausmus in his first year. Two balls, 2 strikes. There's Victor Martinez on deck. Close on the fastball, and that takes the count full.
I'll tell you, Cabrera really working a tough at bat here. This pitch is going to be just off in. You see that? Wanted that pitch away because Sally had to go back in there, catch that awkwardly.
There's a pitch in on him, and it's rolled to third. Well, you saw the bat as Longoria throws to Loney to get Cabrera. Take a look at this via Phantom Cam. This will be fun to watch.
I told you, we ran back the leader.
Ball's not traveling to left.
Ran that ball in on his fist, breaks the bat, gets that slow roller as Longoria took care of Cabrera. Victor Martinez, really, Boxberger took care of Cabrera, and Longoria did the formality of making the play.
How about Cabrera taking that 2-2 pitch? It was borderline, and then swinging at ball 4.
Yep.
That wasn't even close.
Victor Martinez. It's ball 2. Martinez struck out against Archer on a slider in the second. Popped into shallow left in the 4th, caught by Longoria. Popped out to Loney at first in the 5th. That's a strike. 2-1. That's a strike, catches the inside part of the plate, and it's 2-2. Tigers had the bullpen up last inning, but it's been quiet here in the top of the 7th. Scherzer with 103 pitches. He made 121 pitches in his last outing against Pittsburgh. Still 2-2. Martinez protecting now and fouls the fastball away. Holds the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. J.D. Martinez on deck. Popped up. That's foul and will carry out a play one more time.
I'll tell you what, Victor Martinez has had a number of good swings here in the 2-2 count. Fastball, the changeup. He leads this team in home runs.
Foul outside the right field line.
Okay, just get this at bat over with. Victor Martinez, I'll tell you what.
He's hit well against the Rays through the years, has hit extremely well here at Tropicana Field. A situation where he seems to have such great confidence every time he comes to the plate against Rays pitching. And Rays pitching, as we know, has been really great.
Yeah. And there's a lot of them. They're really, really good.
Two popped up short left. Longoria making the call, and he's got it. 1, 2, 3 here in the 7th inning. There's the broken bat one more time via Phantom Cam. 7th inning stretch time. Here at Tropicana Field, tonight's pitching performance presented by Volkswagen. Well, the Rays got to Max Scherzer early. Scored 3 times in the first on the home run by James Loney. Added another run in the second inning on the base hit by Ben Zobrist. But since then, Scherzer's retired 13 of the 15 men he has faced, giving up 1 hit and 1 walk.
The overall line not pretty, but he has pitched more effectively as the game has moved on. And here he is in the 7th.
Kevin Kiermaier takes the first pitch outside. Kiermaier, then Jennings and Zobrist. And as Scherzer opens the 7th inning, the bullpen is back active. Ground ball, this one headed for Kinsler. So Kiermaier's the first out in the 7th. And again, here is Todd Callis. Todd?
Hey, Dwayne, coming up on Sunday, August 31st, the last day of the month, it is a Matt Moore Kids Plate and Cup set. How about this for kids 14 and under, courtesy of Fresh Florida Kids. So here's the deal. Each side of the plate, like you got your whole grains there, you got your fruits and veggies there, you got your protein there, and whatever you want in there, and a little cup for your favorite juice or milk. So that'll be 14 and under kids on Sunday, August 31st, part of Labor Day weekend. It is a family Monday and a kids Sunday, guys.
No, did Todd just go with whatever you want in there? That's the 4th food group.
Well, that's whatever you want. Group number 4.
I don't remember seeing that on the pyramid.
I did see that on one of Todd's t-shirts, though. 1 ball and 1 strike. You get a reward. You eat right, you get a reward. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Isn't that called dessert?
I think that's probably what he meant. You can have any dessert you want. Cut and a miss, and Jennings is out on strikes, so Scherzer makes quick work of Kiermaier and Jennings here in the 7th.
Second baseman,
The bullpen, Hardy and Albuquerque back up. Peralta busy in the Rays bullpen. Ben Zobrist has been on base all 3 times. Hit by a pitch. He singled in a run in the 2nd, walked in the 5th. Takes the first pitch strike here in the 7th. Ground ball headed toward the middle, but Romine is there. Quick throw to first. Ben's out of there, and the Rays are up and down 1-2-3. We head into the 8th, tied 4-4. Our Southern Chevy Dealers game summary. This game moves into the 8th inning, tied 4-4. James Loney's home run gave the Rays a 3-0 first inning lead. Max Scherzer, since the first two, has settled down and worked 7 innings, retiring 16 of the last 18 men he has faced. Has 9 strikeouts tonight with 3 walks. And here is Joel Peralta now, pitcher number 4 for the Rays, facing J.D. Martinez. Pitch is upstairs. Archer 5 2/3. Yates a third, Boxberger 1, and now Peralta makes his 55th appearance. That's going to go all the way to center and out of here. Jennings went all the way back to the wall, looked up, and Martinez, who had hit a couple of home runs off the Rays up in Detroit, hits one here in the 8th to give the Tigers a 5-4 lead.
It was a hanger, a hanging curveball. Boy, Martinez head down. He just uncorked on this.
Home run number 17 for J.D. Martinez. Castellanos takes the pitch high. Castellanos singled and scored in the 5th. Jennings makes the catch on this one. As promised earlier, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to #SunSportsFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Alex Avila. The pitch is a strike at the knees. Avila's over the split. 2 strikes. 5 runs, 6 hits for Detroit. 4 runs, 4 hits for the Rays. So Scherzer in the dugout. He has worked 7 innings, and his team has given him a lead now, 5-4. As he has stopped the Rays since the 2nd inning. Two balls, 2 strikes. J.D. Martinez, the difference in this game to this point. For foul. In the split, he was out in front. Romine on deck. Chamberlain has gone down to the bullpen mound. Cut the miss. Avila is out number 2. 2 gone. Don't forget, Rays fans, tomorrow, Wednesday night showdown presented by Mazda. Rays take on the Tigers. Our coverage begins at 6:30 right here on Sun Sports, and right there's where we'll be. On the porch tomorrow night.
Prime real estate.
It is. It's turned out to be very prime. Andrew Romine. Strike to him. Romine has scored. Been on once with a single, once with a walk, reached on a fielder's choice and stole a base. He's been busy tonight. Out of the 8th spot.
Okay, swing!
0-2. Rays, as we mentioned at the outset, starting a stretch of 21 games in 21 days. This weekend they'll start a run of 26 consecutive games against the AL East. Ground ball back to the mound. Peralta with a toss to first. Inning is over, top half of the 8th, but they get a run on the home run by Martinez. It's 5-4 Detroit. Hit in the bottom of the 8th inning. Night game tomorrow, and then Thursday afternoon it will be Alex Cobb facing David Price in the finale of this series and the homestand. Our coverage begins at 12:30 on Sun Sports Thursday afternoon. Pitching matchup deluxe right there. David Price returns to Tropicana Field and faces Alex Cobb.
It's got to be surreal. It's got to be surreal for David to be in that dugout so soon after being traded, knowing that he's going to take this mound as a visitor.
Yeah, Cobb told Todd earlier today in their interview, and we'll see more of that, I'm sure, that he was not necessarily looking forward to facing his former teammates. Matt Joyce takes a strike. Jabba Chamberlain is the new pitcher. Don Kelly's in the game at third. Hot shot down to first. Cabrera playing close to the line. Will make the play unassisted.
Third baseman, number 3.
55th appearance for Chamberlain.
By the looks of things, looks like he was happy to get out of New York.
Well, he's making up for lost time with the beard for what he could not have in New York. That's more than just the average beard.
I got a pile of wood in the back that I would love to have split for winter.
It's Evan Longoria's high.
You're hired.
It wouldn't take him long.
No.
Evan 0 for 2. He walked and scored on the Loney home run in the first. Fastball fouled back. Number hit 94. Balfour the righty and McGee the lefty for the Rays in the bullpen. This is high. 2-1. Side, that ball's going to be foul. Wow, did he give that one a ride? But foul.
Boy, a strike-breaking ball, and Evan a little too quick. My goodness.
The D-ring foul. Fastball off the plate wide. The count is full.
You know, when a hitter takes a swing like that and just destroys a baseball like Evan did, even though it's a long strike, that will affect how you go about your business from there. You saw Chamberlain miss badly. There we go.
And he walks him. Came back 3-2 with the slider. The Rays get a base runner. They've been difficult to come by recently in this game after scoring 4 in the first 2 innings. Rays had only the walk to Zobrist in the 5th and a base hit by Loney in the 6th. Now a 1-out walk in the 8th. To Longoria will get Loney to the plate against Chamberlain.
That Joyce hit the ball hard to start off this inning. Evan Longoria saw the ball very well off Chamberlain and that at bat to work the walk. Fortunate for Chamberlain, he didn't hit a home run off of him. And now Loney.
There's a strike. Loney's home run came right down the right field line in the first inning.
How quick he was to that baseball. Three-pointer.
It's outside, 1-1. Loney has just 1 at bat against Chamberlain. He's 0 for 1. step off the bag at the time that toss over there was made. Strike two. Now 2 strikes. Chamberlain last pitched on the 14th, 2/3 of an inning against Pittsburgh. 1-2 to Loney. Shot right back through the middle. Chamberlain ducking that line drive, and the Rays hitting the ball hard here in the 8th inning. Have 2 men on.
Yeah, he's not fooling anybody. And Joyce roped one right to Miguel Cabrera. Evan Longoria took a walk, and then this fastball here, and James Loney about takes the hat right off of Chamberlain's head.
Rays are going to get Sean Rodriguez into the game as a runner at first base for Loney. And Yunel Escobar will bat with men at first and second and 1 out. Now the Rays offense showing some signs of life against Chamberlain. Escobar takes the first pitch, a slider low and away out of the zone. Fouled back, 1-1. Brewers lead the Blue Jays 6-1 in Milwaukee in the bottom of the 6th inning. Blue Jays coming in 64-61. Baltimore over the White Sox 5-1 at the top of the 7th in Chicago. The Rays are down by 1 in the bottom of the 8th. 2 men on and 1 out. Escobar takes ball 2 upstairs. 2-1.
Chamberlain struggling this inning with poor location, bad counts, and you can see this Detroit bullpen has been troublesome all season.
High drive base hit into left. Longoria will have to stop at third, and the bases are going to be loaded. Ball hit hard on a line.
I'm telling you right now, and there's no help coming, so the Rays just keep swinging it. Pitches right out over the plate in bad counts, and outside of the walk to Evan Longoria, it has just been a series of hard contact.
Vince Valdez is scheduled to hit following that line single into left by Escobar. Bases loaded, 1 out. Conference on the mound. Jeff Jones, the pitching coach, out there with Chamberlain and Avila. A big opportunity for the Rays in their half of the 8th. Now we're going to start to get a little movement in the bullpen. Nomi 1 out of 3. He doubled and scored back in the 2nd inning. Albuquerque's going to get back up and go to work in the bullpen. Melnomi fouls the pitch right back, strike one.
Well, even he had a good cut. That was a hanger, too. Stayed out over the plate. Melnomi with a big swing.
Longoria at third, Rodriguez at second, Escobar at first. Way wide to Melnomi. 1-1. Potential tying run at third, lead run at second. Sean Rodriguez pinch running for Loney after Loney singled. Popped up foul, backing out of play. Well, it's 1-2. Seven innings for Scherzer. Chamberlain in his first inning. Joyce hit the ball hard back at first to start the inning. Guerrero made that play unassisted, but Longoria walked. Loney single, Rodriguez running for him, and Escobar single. Escobar hit it so hard that Longoria could not score from second. 1-2, and there's a fly ball back into center field. Davis will go back to make the catch. Tag, Longoria's headed to the plate. Throw into second, and the runners move up to second and third as the Rays tie this game at 5. Melnomi picks up his first run, batted in. It's a sacrifice fly to center.
Well, the pitch stayed up. And 2 strikes. He's looking to put him away, but look where that pitch is. That's above the belt, middle of the plate. Chamberlain, fortunate that ball was not driven better than that. However, that does plate the tying run. And the Rays still with runners at second and third.
Brandon Guyer will be called upon to pinch hit now for Kurt Casale. Guyer 273 with a couple of home runs. Stepping in here against Chamberlain. Guy 0 for 1 in his career against Chamberlain. And the pitch is foul back, a fastball, and Guyer in swing mode here in this situation. Fouled it right back.
Well, Chamberlain has either been off the plate and missing wildly, or been too good on the plate. And so the Rays have had a lot of good swings against him. You better believe here with 2 outs, Guyer is going to be ready to go. Just missed that one.
Ground ball back to the mound. Chamberlain's throw to first retires the side. Rays pick up the tying run and leave 2. It's a 5-5 game through 8.
To the ninth, all tied at 5. Don't forget, coming up after the game, it's our Rays Live post-game show presented by Checkers. We will hear the thoughts of the skipper, Joe Madden. Also, break down the Chris Archer versus Max Scherzer matchup. A few more runs scored than maybe we thought before the game. And Kelly Nash will gather interviews from the Rays clubhouse. I'll host with the rest of Estrada. Dwayne and B.A. with their thoughts as well. We'll also give you the final results tonight for Will Myers' game. Joe Madden said prior to tonight's game that Will is close to being hatched. Those were his exact words. 0 for 3, a walk, 2 strikeouts, hitting .250 in his rehab, hit a home run the other day. Myers once again tonight playing left field. We could see him as early as this series against the Tigers or maybe in Toronto, assuming he has his passport with him. Guys, back to you.
Well, from Joe Madden, more insights into the origins of Will Myers. So he's close to being hatched. Jose Molina behind the plate now. Sean Rodriguez takes over at first. Jake McGee, the new pitcher, and the first pitch to Rajah Davis is a strike. 60th appearance for Jake McGee, 3-1. Davis trying to catch up and could not. 0-2.
Not when it's up there. Good luck with that. Tough enough to catch up to when he puts it out over the plate. Jake McGee with that good fastball, but when he elevates around the letters.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Seattle has won. Mariners beat the Phillies. Ball short. Escobar's throw just got him. Davis can fly, as we know, and he made that a play.
Well, he sure did. Well, this is where playing out here at shortstop, you got to know the runner. Escobar gets to it, gets rid of it, tries to get something on it. He's got a good arm, and you can see that he gets a half a step, if that.
Be the top of the order. Ian Kinsler in that Seattle win at Philadelphia. Iwakuma, the winner, 12-6, 8 shutout innings, no earned runs. There's a broken bat and a fair ball just inside the line. Joyce up with it, and Kinsler's on his way to second. Ball falls just fair inside the line and split the bat.
Now this team leads Major League Baseball in doubles. And Kinsler gets one here. You see the bat. Wow. Just
.33rd double of the year for Kinsler. So he's in scoring position with 2 outs. Tigers 2 of 10 tonight with men in scoring position. The Rays 3 of 6. McGee against Hunter. That's a good firm fastball taken for strike 1. Trying to catch up. 2 strikes. Ball, 2 strikes. A little close.
trying to prevent Torrey Hunter from getting those arms extended. You know, that fastball at 97 on the inside corner to be able to get to that, you've got to get it started so early. And with that velocity, it's extremely difficult. Go away here.
Off the plate away at 98. 2-2. Nothing but heat. Starting at 95, then 96, then 97, then 98. And off the plate. And the count is full.
Miguel Cabrera lurking on deck. Need a big pitch here. Roy Hunter has fought himself all the way back to full.
Kinsler at second, 3-2. He got it. Blew it by him at 97. So he went 3-2. Challenged, as he's likely to do in any case. But a big fastball here, 3-2.
Just cannot get up to it. Just beats him up in the zone.
Cabrera's due, and the Rays are going to walk him with Martinez on deck. So here's the situation. Man at second base, 2 outs, 9th inning, tied 5-5. Who do you pitch to, Cabrera or Martinez? And Cabrera will get the intentional walk.
Well, this is a conversation that we had in the pregame show.
Yep.
And the Rays doing what we thought they might. Not going to let Miguel Cabrera beat you, even though Victor Martinez, an accomplished hitter in his own right. You're going to pick your poison.
So the intentional walk. Cabrera against Jake had gone 2 for 3 in his career with a double and a walk. And so it's going to be Victor Martinez.
And look at these splits against lefties, 347.
Yep.
Hello. Here we go.
So the tie game in the ninth comes to this: 2 men on, 2 men out. And Victor Martinez up and away, 1 ball, no strikes. And let's take a look at what Jake has done, lefty righty. 162 on right-handed hitters.
Well, can Victor Martinez control the fastball up from Jake McGee? You know that's what you're getting. I mean, let's not play around here. It's going to be heater after heater. Can you lay off the heater up, or can you get on top of it? That will be the question.
He pops it up. That is a major league pop-up foul ball, and that takes care of Detroit. Longoria tracking that one all the way. 2 men left. We're tied 5-5. Rays will have Kevin Kiermaier to lead off, then Desmond Jennings and Ben Zobrist do. Well, Seattle won tonight. Right now in that wild card. Oakland, then Seattle up by a half game at the moment on Detroit for the second wild card spot. To the Yankees, Blue Jays, Indians, and Rays following. So that's what's on the line. Rays trying to stay alive. And Albuquerque makes his 56th appearance for Detroit. Kevin Kiermaier, and he was going to bunt that pitch and takes it for a strike. Bouncer foul. 0-2. Jennings on deck. Ground ball sharply hit, but again Cabrera guarding the line makes the play unassisted.
That's okay. That's how last inning started. And you know how that went.
And it only takes one.
That's it.
Desmond Jennings looking for his first hit of the night. Desmond with a single and 2 at bats against Albuquerque. Albuquerque Sunday against Seattle. 1 inning with a couple strikeouts and a hit allowed. And the bunt is bunted foul. 1-1. Scherzer worked 7. 4 runs off him. He's got a run off Chamberlain to tie in the bottom of the 8th. We're in the bottom of the 9th, tied right now. And that's a strike. 1-2. It's been Zobrist on deck. 2-2. That pitch close.
Yes, it was. Albuquerque has a little bit of an edge to his pitches here tonight.
The right side toward the line. Hunter on the move, but it's out of play. Well, the Rays and the Tigers tied 5-5. The Royals are on the road in Denver against the Rockies, and Colorado leads 2-1 with Kansas City batting in the top of the 7th of that game. Popped into short center. Kinsler retreating. Davis coming in, and Davis at the last moment almost up Kinsler's back, made the catch.
Yeah, I don't think Davis saw that one early on. He and Kinsler went back there aggressively to try to take charge of that situation, and then Rajay Davis at the very last moment then sprinted in and took that right away. Almost a disaster here for Detroit defensively.
Two outs, base is empty for Ben Zobrist. And takes one too wide. And with a hit and one at bat against Albuquerque. And ahead of the count this time around, 2-0. Disappeared. 2-1. A good 2-0 pitch right there.
Yeah, because Ben Zobrist is thinking fastball, looking fastball. Albuquerque gives him a little slider at 86.
Try it again. Now 2-2.
It's all good. Relax.
Got even with two sliders. And this one is chopped foul. Stayed with it. And the two misses. Count still square at 2-2. Full count. Albuquerque staying with that slider here on the last 4 pitches. And the count is full. And Joyce on deck. The lefty Blaine Hardy is in the bullpen. Shot foul against the side wall.
Every time that you go to that, one after the other, you start to allow Ben Zobrist to get better looks at it.
Well, that's 5 in a row.
Yep. You keep throwing it in a good spot, okay. But boy, you make a mistake with one of them. Ben could put an end to this ball game.
And that is a fastball off the plate end. He walked him. The Zobrist heads to first on the walk. See, off the plate from the beginning.
Yep, trying to get it to come back a little bit, a little late action at the end. And just never got to its spot. You got a base runner now, and could be an opportunity here. Put Ben Zobrist in motion. Brad Ausmus coming to the mound.
Yeah, the Tigers are backing up the outfield. So Ausmus on his way. Back in a moment. Rizzi will be after his 10th win of the year. 2-0 in his last 2 starts with a 138. Our coverage begins at 6:30 tomorrow on Sun Sports for Game 2 of this series. Rizzi will be opposed by Rick Porcello. Wayne Hardy, the lefty, is the new pitcher. Joyce has been lifted in favor of Logan Forsythe with Zobrist at first base. And a move to first. Zobrist back in. Tigers have backed up the outfield. They don't want anything over the head of these outfielders with a man at first.
See how deep they are, just a couple of feet off that warning track all the way around.
Back.
Again to first by Hardy. Rays scored a run in the 8th to tie the game at 5. Now with 2 outs in the 9th, they have a base runner. Now the pitch to Forsythe, who takes it for a strike.
Hardy's had a pretty good run going. Has not been scored upon in 8 of his last 9 outings.
Picks up a strike. Quickly ahead, 0-2 off speed. He pitched Sunday in an inning and a third. No earned runs against Seattle.
Come on, Ted. Hit it.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, 3 pitches, and we've seen 3 different pitches. The fastball, we've seen a good changeup. There was a curveball.
And a step over to first. Zobrist back in. Quick move.
To catch him by surprise. You can see Ben's lead not that big, but the step and the quick throw makes for a closer play.
Come on, Ted.
It's wide.
You see that changeup off those fingers, just off the plate.
The 2-2. And that one didn't miss by much.
No, that was a close curveball there. And Greg Gibson, boy, he kind of stumbled out of his stance like he may have been looking to call it, and then had this probably, if anything, up and out of the zone.
3-2. Popped up, foul ball though, carried toward the stands. Cabrera gives it a look and a chase, but it's out of play.
You have those outfielders playing where they are, but now with the full count, 2 outs, you're going to get Ben Zobrist in motion. So if Logan Forsythe can smoke one out into the gap, you got to figure this game got a chance to be over with. Head start.
Full count, 2 gone. And a swing and a miss. Fastball gets Forsythe. So the Rays leave a man. We're headed into extra innings, tied 5-5. Tropicana Field, the Rays got a 3-run home run in the first from James Loney, taking a 3-0 lead. They added a run in the second to make it 4-0. The Tigers came back with a 3-run fifth. Miguel Cabrera singled home a run in that inning after Hunter got a run home on a fielder's choice. Run by J.D. Martinez broke a 4-4 tie. Came in the 8th, made it 5-4, and the Rays back with a run on a sacrifice fly to center off the bat of Vince Bellomi. That scored Evan Longoria. And here is Jake McGee to start his second inning. Fastball, and it's fouled right back by J.D. Martinez. Ben Zobrist goes out to play left field. And Logan Forsythe stays on to play second after pinch hitting for Matt Joyce. It's too high. Well, a second inning here for Jake McGee. Jake went 2 innings on the 12th against the Texas Rangers. It was his longest stint of the year. Fouled back. He had 6 when he'd gone an inning and a third. 2 against Texas on August 12th. And starting his second inning, he made 17 pitches in the 9th inning. Foul out of play. You'll remember that on Saturday he made 32 pitches in 1 inning. That was his high mark.
He's definitely gotten a lot of work lately, and you would expect that. All these games must win from here on out.
2-2.
And that's going to be the balancing act that Joe Madden has. You know, that these games right now, Boxberger and McGee are his 2 back end of the bullpen guys, and they continue to play close games, are going to get a lot of work. How much is too much work?
And a base hit off a fastball line through the hole between short and third. J.D. Martinez has his second hit of the night.
Just find a hole on the left side. Fastball trying to come in. Doesn't quite get there, and Martinez anticipating heater, hands through the zone. And a leadoff hit.
And now Martinez will be lifted for a pinch runner. Ezekiel Carrera will run. So he is the pinch runner.
Well, you got to think here that Don Kelly looking to put the butt down.
Kelly's first plate appearance since entering at third in the 8th inning. And Ezekiel Carrera is at first. McGee with a little check toss over there.
And that's to see if Don Kelly is going to tip anything early.
Bunt is bunted foul for a strike.
Molina and Evan Longoria in their meeting with Jake McGee right now, going over their defensive alignment, what they're going to look to do here, whether it's to try to cut down the lead runner at second base. Where Evan is positioned. He's actually in a few steps.
And Carrera can run. He had 43 stolen bases at Toledo this year in 97 games. So speed at first and the pinch runner. It too high. 1-1. Grant Balfour begins to limber in the bullpen. Kelly pops it up, caught by McGee, and a turn and look at first, but he holds on. So the bunt attempt is not successful. Kelly pops out.
See Carrera getting off the bag. Not far enough. Reading that. See it's caught by McGee, and he scrambles back.
Eugenio Suarez will pinch hit now. Suarez pinch hitting for Avila against the lefty McGee.
We saw those splits. The left-handed hitters have had more success than the right-handers by a wide margin. Brad Ausmus knows his hitters better than we do.
Pitch is a strike.
You wonder if at some point they don't send Carrera, try to get something going here on their own instead of sitting around waiting. You know, tough off a pitcher like Jake McGee to put together an inning of 2, 3, 4 hits to try and score a run.
Yeah, you're right about that. With his speed and the stolen bases he's accumulated in the minor leagues, you wouldn't be surprised at all to see him go. Meanwhile, Jake quickly in front of Suarez. 0-2. Suarez had a big ninth inning home run against the Blue Jays about 2 weeks ago. And he is out on strikes on 3 pitches here tonight. So McGee picks up the second out here in the 10th.
Well, 2 heaters in and then one that's right out over the plate, but you can see that pitch stays up above the belt. Suarez with the big swing comes up empty. And after that leadoff single by J.D. Martinez, Jake McGee 1 out away from getting out of it.
Andrew Romine is the hitter. And he shoots it the other way into right center for a base hit. Kiermaier's throw back to Escobar. Over to third goes Carrera with all that speed. Romine keeps the inning going with a hit the other way.
Romine has shown the ability now from the right side and the left side to get to some pretty good heaters and just stay short. He did it off Chris Archer earlier. Short right here. Heater down in the zone. He just lines that out in there to right center. Kiermaier, that ball in the glove. He gets the ball out of the glove and gets rid of it about as quick as anybody.
His throw taken by Escobar, and it was deep on the infield, not in line with third. Rajah Davis, that's a first strike to him. Davis has one at bat against McGee in his career, and he struck out in that one. So the board has a 1-1 count. The first pitch he apparently did not offer. Just is fouled back. Takes the count to 1-2. Last pitch, a mid-90s fastball from Jake. Is trying to get the final out in the top of the 10th. Carrera down to third. Bromine at first. The 1-2 to Davis. Upstairs. 97 from Jake McGee. Kinsler on deck. He up to 34 pitches. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a fastball at 96. 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Evan Longoria will lead off for the Rays. This game tied 5-5. Recognize the Army's Gold Star Pen campaign, which honors the families of fallen service members. To learn more, visit goldstarpens.org. Here at Tropicana Field tonight, we move into the bottom of the 10th inning. Jake McGee, 2 innings. Changes. Brian Holiday is the new catcher, replacing Alex Avila, who was lifted. Ezekiel Carrera stays on after pinch running. He'll play center field. Rajah Davis moves over to play left field. So they have Davis, Carrera, and Hunter in the outfield. And the new pitcher, Jim Johnson, to face Evan Longoria. The pitch is a ball. Johnson started the year with the Oakland Athletics and was 2-2 with a couple saves and a .714 earned run average. Pitch is down. He had those great seasons with Baltimore in 2012 and 13. And between those 2 years, he saved 101 games.
This has been the problem here. You know, Jim Johnson, known for that sinker, not a big strikeout reliever, but having trouble keeping it on the plate. That creates a lot of bad counts, and then when he tries to come back up in the zone, that pitch has a tendency to flatten out, and when it does that, it gets hit hard.
There's a strike, and the count's 3-1 to Longoria. Tigers signed him as a minor league free agent on the 6th of this month.
When he sees that pitch comes up in the zone, it has a little bit of run, not a lot of sink.
And he walks Longoria. So Evan heads to first. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. A leadoff walk issued by Johnson. Sean Rodriguez, who entered as a pinch runner in the 8th inning for Loney, has stayed on to play first. Sean puts down the bunt. Johnson unloads the throw to first, and up to second base goes Longoria. Sacrifice for Sean Rodriguez puts the potential winning run into scoring position.
And a nice job by Sean to stay in. As his breaking ball starts at him, and he does not bail out. He stays right in there and watches that ball right to the bat, and see right there, gets the bunt down. That was well done by Sean.
And here's Yanel Escobar. Holiday and Johnson put together in front of the mound. Escobar in the 8th inning lined a base hit into left. Hit the ball very hard. That was against Chamberlain when the Rays scored their 5th run to tie the game. And a strike at the knees. Houston has beaten New York at Yankee Stadium 7-4. Chris Carter, a 3-run homer off David Robertson in the 9th inning. It's a chopper to third. Gonna stay fair. Throw to first is in time.
Boy, strong arm there by Don Kelly. You know, those are tough plays to handle right there. A chopper, you got to wait for it to come down and come up, field it, and get rid of it in a hurry. Put something on the throw. Watch, just got to wait, and watch his strong throw here.
Vince Belnomi will be the hitter. Left-handed hitter, and they're going to walk him intentionally with Molina on deck.
Now his run means nothing. You'd rather have Jim Johnson on the right-hander Molina.
So the Rays will have a couple men on, and Molina coming up here in the bottom of the 10th. The intentional walk. Molina 0 for 4 against Johnson in his career. Bounces this one foul. Strike one. Molina with 9 runs batted in, hitting 187. And fouls it back. Fastball 0-2.
You can see Johnson trying to keep that ball in on Molina. If he starts that ball in the inner third, the way that it runs and sinks, it's going to be really tough for Molina to keep fair with any kind of authority. He's been able to do it twice to get up in the count 0-2.
Molina In a walk-off situation, he does have one walk-off in his career. That came with the Blue Jays in 2011. He popped it up foul. It will carry into the stands. It remains 0-2. Both teams scored in the 8th. We're now in the 10th. Gorion second. 0-2 is wide. Taken for ball 1. Hammond opened with a walk, was bunted to second by Sean Rodriguez. Escobar chopped to third. Valdomi intentionally walked with his left-handed bat to get to the right-handed Molina. Jim Johnson with a 1-2. Molina fouls this one. Two again. Molina sends it up the right side out of play.
Molina putting together a nice at bat here. Tough pitches from Johnson. Been able to foul him off, stay alive. Looking for that one pitch that doesn't sink or slide. And try to find an opening and give the Rays a win here.
Again on 1-2. Molina fouls this one. Persistent up there. 7th pitch at bat.
You just increase the chances here for a mistake to be made. And if that's the case, then you got to pounce on it.
One, two. And he fouls it again. Down in the count, 1-2. Molina continues to foul these pitches away. And it's a foul ball again. Johnson and Molina battling it out. Will be the 10th pitch coming. And a foul ball again. With that 10 pitches, only one pitch, one ball. It's 1-2 after a 10 pitch at bat.
Yeah, and this is an epic battle here. Molina battling his backside off right now. I'll tell you what, Jim Johnson too, bringing these sinkers with some pretty good velocity.
Pitch number 11. Inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Johnson has come on here in the 10th inning. Made 30 pitches. The extended at bat by Molina, more than a third of that. Time we go to a dozen pitches. You can see when Molina continues to foul one pitch off after another. And strike 3 is called after all of that. He is caught looking on a curveball, and the Rays leave 2. The 2-2 breaking ball. Johnson gets Molina looking. And we're still tied at 5.
Trop today. That's David Price as he returned as a visitor for the first time ever since being traded July 31st. Price visited the Rays clubhouse before the game and said it's always an uncomfortable feeling whenever you pitch against your buddies.
No, I mean, I don't want to face these guys. You know, I still want them to do really well. I mean, if they didn't do well over these next 3 days, that would be okay with me. But after that, I would like to see them play extremely well. But facing your friends stinks. It's not fun. But you know, I have to get over that. I want to help my team win, and you know, we have to play good baseball for us to, you know, get to that postseason and to move forward. So I just want to contribute and be part of the team.
Oh, we'll see him on Thursday afternoon, guys, in the finale to this 3-game series.
All right, Todd. Meanwhile, we'll move into the 11th inning. Grant Balfour is the new pitcher, and Ian Kinsler leads off and sends one into short right. Kiermaier charging. It's off his glove and rolls behind him. Kinsler's on his way to second. He'll make the turn and head for third. And the Tigers are going to have a man on third base with nobody out to start the 11th. It'll be a triple for Kinsler. Kiermaier went for broke.
Just this close. This looper out there. Kiermaier coming on. The dive takes it off the thumb of the glove. Right off that thumb. And once it gets by him with Kinsler running and seeing everything unfold in front of him, he's able to get over to third base. That close.
So the diving attempt by Kiermaier results in a triple by Kinsler. And now the Rays will be forced to pull the infield end with nobody out, a man at third in the 11th. Corey Hunter takes the pitch upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Milwaukee beat Toronto 6-1. Baltimore won. Yankees lost, so the Orioles open an 8.5 game lead in the AL East. Here's ball 2. Ball 3 is too low. A fastball. for Kinsler, his 3rd of the year. And ball 4, a little close. 1st and 3rd. Miguel Cabrera will be the hitter. Men at 1st and 3rd. They want to square away exactly how they will play this situation. Of course, the big man is Kinsler at 3rd. Joe Madden's going to come out. Make sure everybody's like-minded.
You don't find many tougher situations than this. Extra innings, 1st and 3rd, maybe the best hitter in the game at the plate.
Cabrera was intentionally walked in the 9th. Drove in a run with a base hit in the 5th inning. 1 for 4. Victor Martinez behind him. Let's see what the Rays do.
Yeah, I mean, you even pitched to him here.
Well, that's a question. I mean, you have to think about it, and they're going to walk him.
Yeah.
They are going to walk him intentionally to load the bases. So they'll walk him intentionally, and it then would set up a force play at the plate. And Victor Martinez, I mean, this is about as tough as it can get with these two guys, Cabrera and Martinez.
And you know what makes it tougher is you walk him here, you do have the force play at any bag, and obviously you're going to take home plate. Graham Balfour is not a ground ball pitcher.
Yeah.
And that's where it makes it even more difficult. Going to have to really try to drive the ball down in the zone because he's a fastball slider guy, but that fastball's 4-seamer tends to stay on the same plane. Not a lot of sinking action to it.
Beliveau up in the bullpen. Well, the Rays got Victor Martinez on a high pop foul to 3rd to end the Tigers' threat in the 9th. Now they face him with the bases loaded and nobody out in the 11th inning. Victor Martinez is 0 for 5 tonight. Struck out in the 2nd inning and has popped out every other time. So they are loaded. Infield stays in. Victor Martinez settles in. The first pitch close, but he missed. Ball 1. Triple, a walk, followed by an intentional walk. And time granted as Victor Martinez steps back. Long look in by Balfour. Down and in. Slider takes the count to 2-0. Fouled right back, out of play. Martinez swinging at the fastball. 2-1.
Well, where it may be more difficult for Grant to get a ball on the ground here because of the nature of his stuff, breaking ball certainly still could get it with the fastball, but more likely, if he executes a good four-seam fastball, get a pop-up. A pop-up that's shallow enough to hold the runner to third. Needs to get to 2 strikes.
Ball 3. 3-1. Fastball was up and in. You always have to worry about that, given Grant's struggles this year. High walk total. Carrera is on deck. The game is a pinch runner in the 10th. 3-1 the count on Victor Martinez. And ball 4 will force home the go-ahead run. That will make it 6-5. So Martinez walks. And Joe Madden will come out to make the change with Carrera due up. The left-hander Beliveau will enter this game. The base is loaded with the go-ahead run crossing the plate on the walk to Victor Martinez. Jeff Beliveau will be the new Rays pitcher with Ezekiel Carrera due up. And still nobody out in this inning. Beliveau making his 13th appearance.
Yeah, and Jeff Beliveau comes into a tough situation, and what you're thinking here is keep it within comeback range. I mean, Detroit's bullpen has not been shut down by any measure, and so limit the damage. Down by 1 now, but you still got a shot in this game, and you've got to control this situation, and it won't be easy.
The Rays tried their strategy after the triple and then the walk of the intentional walk. A walk followed to give the Tigers the lead, and now here's Carrera. first pitch is a strike. Lefty on lefty now. Carrera, 307 hitter at Toledo. We mentioned his 43 stolen bases. It's a chopper, foul, just foul. Boy, that was just outside the line.
I mean, hugging the outside of that line.
Yep, Torrey Hunter trying to somehow keep it fair. Talking with the third base umpire, Jerry Davis, down there. Strike three. Carrera caught looking. And that's the first out.
Well, that's one way. One step. Nice job by Belleville. Really did a nice job of dicing up Carrera, staying away. As you can see, all three pitches.
Another left-handed batter, Don Kelly, steps in. Kelly popped out trying to sacrifice in the 10th. Fouled it back, strike one. Ball game in the 11th. Detroit played 10 extra inning games this year, going 4-6. The Rays had played 11. They are 5-6. And a one-strike count on Kelly. The Rays trying to work their way out of this inning. 1-1. One run is already scored. Well, that was a tough break on that fly ball into shallow right field as Kiermaier came so close to making the catch, only to have the ball roll behind him, and Kinsler opened with the triple.
And he got there. That was the thing. He didn't end up short. If anything, he ended up diving and coming in a little bit too far as that ball hit on the outside of his glove, right off the top of the thumb.
Got just a little ahead of himself there.
And you certainly can't fault him for that. I mean, it's all out effort to get there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just the way that it goes.
You do what you can do. A 1-2 count. This pitch fouled. And with Kelly up here against the lefty, Kiermaier way off that right field line.
Wow. I mean, they are handing him that right field line. Here's Kiermaier right here. Desmond out here. Obviously feel the way that Belleville is pitching here. Work him away with that arm angle. That ball just kind of slides to the outside corner. Tough to pull.
Tapper, that's a foul ball. See another pitch on 1-2. Archer started. Yates, Boxberger, Peralta, McGee, Balfour, now Belleville. It's high. It's 2-2. delivery. And this one gets away, gets by Molina. Another run will score. Hunter crosses the plate.
Well, the breaking ball there by Beliveau, and Molina tries to pick it clean with the backhand. And it does not go well. We know he's breaking down in a way it's going to bounce back. And you see Molina, instead of trying to smother that ball and keep it in front, tries to pick it.
And there's very slim chance of doing that. So it's a 2-run game now. And a 3-2 count on Don Kelly. And that walk will reload the bases. Well, our T-Mobile game changer turns out to be the leadoff triple to right field by Ian Kinsler.
Well, this ball just kind of slid out there. You see Kiermaier, the effort, and right off the top of the thumb of that glove. And once it got by him, Kinsler able to gallop into third, and that's where it would start.
Suarez, or Holiday hitting. Now he took over behind the plate for Avila. So this is his first at bat. Brian Holiday. The 0-1. Lifts a fly ball to center. Jennings is there to make the catch. Cabrera heads to the plate. He scores the third run. For Holiday with a sacrifice fly. And the Tigers make it an 8-5 ball game. The Tigers had a 3-run 5th inning, 3 unearned runs. They have 3 runs across here in the 11th on 1 hit. And here's the 8th man to come to the plate in this frame, Andrew Romine. And the first pitch is a strike. Romine with a couple of hits and a walk. It's a stolen base. He scored a run. It's now 1-1. Foul. The Rays have 12 strikeouts and 10 walks tonight.
Very, very uncharacteristic of this pitching staff. That many walks. And this is the type of lineup you just cannot give too many free opportunities to. Got some intentionals worked in there, but
well, this is a team that ordinarily does not walk. Now 1-2 as that pitch is fouled back. Hangs right there at a ball, 2 strikes. Walks and 2 intentional passes among the 10. It's upstairs now, 2-2. It's Joe Nathan down in the bullpen. 0-2, a foul tip strikeout. Romine out of there to retire the side. The leadoff triple keys a 3-run inning. It's 8-5 Detroit. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. A torturous top half of the 11th inning for the Rays as the Tigers scored 3 runs on 1 hit, 4 walks, including 1 intentional walk in the top of the frame. And now Joe Nathan makes his 49th appearance, and it has not been all that easy for Nathan recently. Kiermaier takes a strike, fastball around 90. Jim Johnson worked 1 inning, walked 2, struck out 1. Kiermaier fouls it, 0-2. Jennings and Zobrist will follow Kevin Kiermaier to the plate. It's popped up, foul, and will carry out a play. Kiermaier walked back in the 2nd inning, trying to find a way to get aboard here against Nathan.
366 career saves, doing it differently now than he did for the majority of his career, relying on guile, location, not overpowering.
It's a ball and 2 strikes.
And the one thing that he can fall back on is a ton of experience. But that being said, it has not come easy, as you referenced earlier. ERA of over 5. His career ERA is 2.88.
Little tapper, and it's grabbed by Nathan. The underhanded toss, and Kiermaier's out.
And that's the only way they get him. If that eludes the grasp of Joe Nathan, there's no way that Ian Kinsler is going to get to this ball and retire Kiermaier. If it gets over his head right there, that's a base hit. Not to be.
Look at this, among those active save leaders, you mentioned 366. That's right at the top of the list. Picked up a save his last time out, gave up a couple of hits in a run in 1 inning against Seattle. It was 3 days ago. Jennings lifting a fly ball into right. He goes quietly. 2 gone in the 11th.
Left fielder, number 18, Ben Zobrist.
And Ben Zobrist will be the hitter. Which is a strike to Ben. Ben drove in a run with a base hit back in the second. This was a game. Max Scherzer and Chris Archer. And the Rays got to Scherzer for 3 runs in the first and another run in the second, and led 4-0 at the end of 2.
I think that's what hurts more than anything else if this game ends up like it is right now, having that 4-run lead and being outscored 8-1 from that point on this far.
Well, the Rays gave the Tigers an opportunity. Started with really the lower part of the order in the 5th inning. There was an error in that inning. They scored 3, and then the lower part of the order again got them their 4th run in the 6th. The liner into right. That's a base hit. The Rays are still alive with 2 outs here in the 11th inning.
Get another base runner. That get Evan Longoria to the plate. That's the tying run.
Let's see if Logan Forsythe can work his way aboard. Forsythe entered as a pinch hitter in the 9th. And picking up his 2nd hit of the night. He's on for the 5th time in this game. Forsythe taps one foul for a strike. It's a ball. Zobrist moves into second base on indifference. Tigers scored 3 runs on 1 hit in the top of the 11th inning. It's a 1-2 count. Kansas City has a 7-2 lead in the bottom of the 9th inning in Colorado. We started the day leading Detroit by 2 in the AL Central. A 1-2 count here to Logan Forsythe. And that's outside, 2-2.
All you're asking for is an opportunity. Get the tying run to the plate, see what happens. Obviously, that's going to take Logan Forsythe reaching base.
Worked it to 2-2. And now it's a full count. Longoria on deck. unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Got to get something to hit here.
3 balls, 2 strikes. And that's ball 4. The Rays will get the potential tying run to the plate. We talked about all the walks the Rays staff has given up. That's 8 walks given up by Detroit.
And here it is. 2 outs, nobody on. A base hit by Zobrist, a walk to Forsythe, and you have been presented with an opportunity. One swing of the bat can tie this ball game. Had a near miss earlier in this game off a slider from Chamberlain, hooked foul.
2 men on with 2 men out for Evan Longoria. He's 0 for 2, has walked 3 times in the game. Evans swings and a base hit into left. Zobrist will score. So the Rays close the gap to 2 as Longoria drives in the run. And now they'll get Sean Rodriguez to the plate, who would represent the winning run.
And you know what? Not a bad choice, too, to drive one out of here. Sean Rodriguez, that pitch stayed right out over the heart of the plate. Longoria driving right down through it. Keeps this inning going, and now you got a chance to pop one and end it. How about that? Well, you know that Sean's not going to get cheated.
No, he's not.
He's going to use up those swings.
So Longoria's at first, Forsythe at second. Well, you talk about 2 big pitches, ball 4 to Forsythe, and Evan jumping on that one to drive in the run. And now Sean Rodriguez, 2 of 3 in his career against Nathan. Sean entered the game as a pinch runner in the 8th. Sacrificed in the 10th. The pitch is outside. Slider. 1 ball, no strikes. Two men on, 2 men out. It's a 2-run ball game now. Strike called. 1-1. The Rays trying to pick themselves right up off the mat in this one. Down to their final out. And a big cut. Slider, and the count is 1-2.
Sean was selling out there for something out over the plate. This pitch out of the hand immediately starts out of the zone, and Sean taking a rip. And you got to expect he's going to see more of the same.
A ball, 2 strikes.
Although don't hang it.
And a cut and a miss with the slider. Sean Rodriguez out on strikes, and this game is over. 11 innings, and the Tigers win it 8-6. Rays leave a couple men on after scoring a run in the 11th.